We have a wonderful panel ahead of us, which is going to answer some burning questions about what is the relationship between libertarianism and Catholicism. If you want to know, sit down. And even if you don't, please sit down. Good morning. My name is Kathleen Caveney, and I am delighted to be a member of the faculty of both the law school and the theology department here at Boston College. And I'm delighted as well to be the moderator for this panel, which I think is going to build on the tour de force in the Professor Ryan's keynote address this morning, which articulated both what is clear about libertarianism, but more importantly, what's not clear about it. And one of the things that's not clear about it is its relationship to Catholicism. So that's what we're going to be looking at in some of the panels today. And the first panel is going to be looking at questions of social libertarianism and Catholicism. What does Catholicism have to say to social libertarianism? And just to frame what we're talking about, although with a great caveat that it may apply, what I'm about to say may apply to liberalism as well as libertarianism, we have to discuss that. I think that there are three basic anthropological principles or commitments or insights that libertarianism may own that Catholicism may say not so fast to. And I'll say that they are describable in these terms. First, I think a libertarian approach has an atomistic account of the human person. Each human person is an isolated, separated individual with a wall around it, almost like a property wall, as Professor Ryan suggested, is a good image. Second, a libertarian approach is constructivist in the way it thinks about what we do as human persons. We make ourselves the self-made man, self-made woman too. We define our own conceptions of the good. We pursue those conceptions of the good. One way of thinking about a libertarian social ethic is the famous mystery passage from Planned Parenthood versus Casey, where you have the right to define your sense of meaning yourself and even of the universe. Even the universe. And the third piece of social libertarianism, I think that's important, that Catholic thought may have something to say to, is that it's aggregationist. Libertarians see people get together to form community. You're separate, and then you form a community by reason or by way of a contract. You're not organically already part of a community. So I think Catholic thought has something to say critically to each of these three components, and I'm expecting our panel of experts here to help us do just that. Our first speaker will be Professor Mary Jo Iozio, who is an expert in moral theology. She teaches at the School of Theology and Ministry here. And she's going to focus on the limits of libertarianism, however we define it, when looked at through the lens of the lives of persons with disabilities. Those are a substantial component of our communities. We are all, at one point, if we live long enough, going to be persons with disabilities. So it's an important thing to look at. Professor Dana Dillon, who teaches moral theology at Providence College, Dominican school, we're very ecumenical here, we've got the Jesuits and the Dominicans, is going to broaden from the core insights that Professor Iozio gives us and look at Catholic thought in general on questions of vulnerability, on social nature, on community, and on how we ought to think about those matters on key issues of social debate, ranging from abortion to euthanasia to same-sex marriage. She'll give us a framework for thinking about that. And then finally, we've got Professor Mark Silk, who is going to give us an insider-outsider perspective. Anybody who's read Professor Silk's writing knows that he knows more about the Catholic Church than most Catholics. At the same time, he is not a member of the Catholic community, but belongs to the Jewish communities. And in a pluralistic society, getting an insider-outsider perspective on the role of one religious tradition's contribution to the broader project we have in common is essential. So each of the three speakers will have the podium for 15 minutes, and then we'll have a conversation both among them and between the panelists and the audience. So first up, Professor Ayutsio. Let's set you up.
Good morning, thank you. So I've titled my remarks, Libertarianism and the Rights of People with Disabilities to Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness. This year, many in the United States and our legislature are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act. This legislation, modeled after the Civil Rights Act that outlawed discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, and Section 505 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, that forbids excluding or denying individuals with disabilities equal access to participate and have access to programs, benefits, and services, both prohibits discrimination against and guarantees equal opportunity to people with disabilities. To be protected by the ADA, a person must have a disability which is defined as, and I quote from the ADA, a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities, a person who has a history or record of such an impairment, or a person who is perceived by others as having such an impairment. It's a very, very broad definition. Since 2000, nearly 220 communities throughout the United States have signed agreements with the Department of Justice under Project Civic Access to ensure that their citizens with disabilities enjoy the same services, programs, and activities that all others enjoy. These agreements oblige communities to follow the uniform federal accessibility guidelines to meet architectural, procedural, and communication standards. Moreover, no qualified person with a disability may be excluded from participating in or denied the benefits of the program, services, and activities by state and local governments and other public and private enterprises on account of disability. These measures have raised awareness of the presence of people with disabilities in the United States and beyond, and have raised consciousness of the often scandalous ways that they have been treated historically from ancient times and continuing to the present. Some of the reasons for this scandal rest in what is called the social construction of disability, a model for understanding the history from recognition of the power of norms to divide people into an us and a them. As much as the social construction offers an attitudinal position as an obligatory stance toward the other as other. Other reasons for scandal betray a failure to admit human interdependence on the multiple degrees and levels of relationships that each human being requires in order to become, to develop, and to flourish until the end of our days. That coheres very nicely with the original position, one might say, of libertarianism, I put it down here, to flourish to the extent possible given one's potential by means of the bounty that God has provided to us. All right, thank you, Alan. That has as its origin, not that comment, but the notion of relationality from a Catholic perspective has its origin in what we might say about the Trinity. As Christians, we believe God is triune, and the only way we can know who God is as Christians is through this revelation that comes not until the incarnation of Jesus. And then the resurrection, which we've happily celebrated and continue this week. This is the week of Sundays. We shouldn't be working today. Anyway, so if human beings are created in the image and likeness of God, and God is a Trinitarian reality, then by definition, we are relational, in relationship, and those relationships are what I would charge John Locke with, one of the framers, it would appear, of the libertarian philosophy. I would charge Locke's notion of the natural state is not as absolute individualism, but rather a community. This law is certain, the ADA law is certain. Discrimination in matters of employment, programs, and services on the basis of disability is no longer tolerable. Fair enough. People with disabilities and their advocates now ask about access so as to enjoy the benefits of such guarantees. Many others, libertarians among them, ask who will bear the cost. This question provokes adherents of libertarianism and raises their suspicions about government interference in a free market and in the exercise of personal autonomy to disperse my wealth, for example, as I deem right. So again, what Professor Ryan had mentioned to us about, it's not so much autonomy as it is about private property. One of the tenets of libertarianism is to maximize autonomy by protecting individual judgment and freedom of choice. In and of itself, this tenet meets little resistance among most to the extent that one person's exercise of autonomy does not impinge on another person's exercise of autonomy. This libertarian tenet and others protect individuals from the imposition of another's and/or of a government's will upon their own. Not surprisingly, libertarianism has influenced a good deal of America's understanding of itself, of the American way of life, of manifest destiny, Westward Ho, and Herbert Hoover's rugged individualism. A libertarian insistence on autonomy is apparent in the preamble of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form so as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. End quote. Thomas Jefferson was well-versed in libertarian thought, even as he was committed to the common good, that governments are charged to protect and serve, and that within reasonable limits, governments can expect its citizens to support those programs that protect and serve. I wonder if Jefferson would recognize the direction that the initiatives to break from British tyranny have since taken. For example, we now know that the Declaration was written in and with white, free, able-bodied men of the colonies in mind. An unarguably non-libertarian position to hold today. Women and black folk would wait 144 years and 189 years, respectively, for enfranchisement and the rights and freedoms protected by the Constitution, subsequent amendments, and the laws found in the Federal Code of Regulations. Libertarians assume that these laws have leveled sufficiently the field for social progress among women and people of color. However, barriers reinforced by the social constructions of sex, gender, and race, as well as institutionalized disadvantages, prevents their development and advance in the contemporary human economy. Where libertarians fail to recognize the persistence of disadvantages for women and people of color, they fail also to recognize the profoundly disadvantaged access to the conditions that support the development and skills belonging to people with disabilities. Their basic human functioning capabilities to be, to learn, and become proficient, and to thrive. Each of these groups has been denied an exercise of their autonomy, something that should raise the concern of libertarians. Moreover, this failure relates to a certain American hubris that holds each and every one of us has the wherewithal and support required for success in life, the Lockean state of nature. If only you would just try harder, pull up your bootstraps, get to work. I understand the desire and need to protect autonomy. However, given the historical realities with which people with disabilities as a class have experienced, They have been denied development of their capacities, unique to individuals of every class, everyone in this room. To maximize the exercise of their autonomy, they have been held back. Like women and people of color, people with disabilities are disadvantaged on account of institutionalized systemic injustice that denied and continue to deny them access to the means of acquiring the skills that would hone their potentials. To address this denial properly requires a return to the question of justice for and with people with disabilities. Reluctant though many will be to admit it, individuals in a libertarian state, however free and self-reliant they may appear, are nonetheless dependent on social conditions that are meant to account for many of their incapacities. This is a quote I've taken from an author, Carlos Ball, writing for the UCL Law Review in 1999-2000. The title of his article is Autonomy, Justice, and Disability. These conditions, right, the social conditions that account for incapacities, these conditions include things like housing, education, healthcare, reliable protections from harm, social infrastructure, all part and parcel of the common good, which supports the development of those basic human functioning capabilities whereby human beings thrive despite the presence of this or that, or these or those incapacities. This dependence must then be reckoned with whose responsibility it is to bear and to what extent the provision of goods and services beyond the reach of most, if not all, members of the human community are met. Who will then bear this cost but, in the words of libertarians, a civilized society? And to what extent but the proportionate need that individuals will have from less to more on account of their transient and/or permanent incapacities? Aquinas, for example, defines the distributive justice as opposed to other forms of justice that he writes about. Distributive justice is based on a proportion of needs, not of an equal arithmetic distribution, but how much you need is what it need, really, as opposed to desire. How much you need is what the state, what the community, what the church must work to provide. I'm using the lingo of the libertarians to challenge their vocal protest of the ADA. They really don't like this legislation. That protest focuses on government intrusion of private holdings, inclusive of income garnered and business conducted. Disability access beyond national, state, and local governments should be left to the goodwill and free choice of the owner. All right, there's the cooperation, there's the charity piece. Thus perpetuating the tyranny of the normal. Private schools would not be required to provide interpreters and/or wheelchair access. Those students could learn elsewhere, or more than likely nowhere. New or renovating restaurants and shops would not have to admit blind, deaf, and/or wheelchair users. Those customers are not welcome. Businesses could refuse to hire people with disabilities, thereby perpetuating the cycle of poverty that plagues most people with disabilities, even those with the competencies to do the work for which they applied. The problem with leaving this support to goodwill or charity leaves people with disabilities, their families, and their caregivers without security. Moreover, leaving this support to charity misses the critically important work of dismantling the systems that deny support to people with disabilities as a matter of routine operations under the assumption of a purported inability to contribute to the social capital of the common good. Most perceptions among normate people, the non-disabled people, many of us in this room at the moment, but surely that status will change if we live long enough. These things said, following Augustine, on this point, charity is no substitute for justice withheld. Thank you.
I'm very glad to be here and be a part of this conversation. I will say, although I teach with the Dominicans, my uncle's a Jesuit, so it's okay. So my task today is to consider the difference between the way that Catholic social thought tends to approach some of these key non-economic social issues economics later, right? I'll try to stay away from it. And the way that libertarians tend to approach the same issues. And I was trying to figure this out a little bit, and I realized these name sets of tendencies, but it's not as though there's one clear party line on either side, but I'll do what I can with this. I also want to just say up front that as I was thinking about these things, I believe that Catholic social thought gives us a lot of tools to push our political discourse deeper than it goes. But a lot of times we go to the libertarian defaults. And part of my interest is trying to push us beyond that. Professor Ryan said earlier that he thought that he wasn't sure whether libertarianism was Catholic, but he thinks it actually might be liberalism, or a form of liberalism. And I'll say that my investment is exactly to say that Catholic social thought is not libertarianism, and that's important, and we need to pay attention to some key differences. And so Kathy already set up some of these a little bit, but I really want to pay attention to a couple of key differences in Catholic social thought's approach to these issues from that of libertarianism. And really there are three basic areas with some overlaps. So first is that nature of the person as fundamentally social rather than atomistic or individualized. Second, and related to that, is the fundamental nature of freedom. In fact, Professor Ryan already alluded to this in terms of it's one thing to have our rights discourse and these kinds of things, but if we don't have a concept of what the good is or what we're aiming for, our discourse falls a little short. And I think Catholic social thought has a vision of that. And the final thing that I'll weave into this a little bit, I will be talking about some issues as I go along, is the fundamental purpose of the state. Whether that has a relationship to the common good or something much more minimalistic like protecting a public order. And in fact, because Professor Ryan mentioned it and made such a big deal about it, I want to make a brief little Catholic comment on this. So one of the things that's very interesting to me about libertarianism is that property rights seems to be a natural right. Whereas the claims that community makes on us is not; those are not natural, right? So those are added; those are voluntaristic. So in other words, we end up having a government that has a claim, an obligation to protect us against the claims of our fellow community members while protecting our property from such claims. So I want to pay attention to those things as we go forward. So. In terms of the fundamental nature of the person as being social rather than individualistic or atomistic, I want to think about this a little bit, and I want to think about it in relationship specifically to the issue of abortion. So when libertarians make arguments for, we get the language of a woman's right to choose. Right, we have this sense of, as has already been alluded to, that there's a sense of the ability to define one's own life, one's own limits, the sovereignty over one's own body, and we get the mantra of every woman has a right to choose. Right, that's familiar language to all of us. Every woman has a right to choose. But in order to display the fundamental difference that I think the intrinsically social nature of the person makes, I want to offer you an alternative version of that line to think about. So I said, every woman has a right to choose. Let me ask you to hear it this way. Every mother has a right to choose. Jarring? It's not what we're used to. And I think that language indicates one fundamental little shift. When we say, or we suggest the possibility of the claim that every mother has a right to choose, then we imply that there is already a relation, already claims that the unborn child is making. So just to explore this a little bit further, every woman has the right to choose implies that a woman is making a choice in isolation, that she stands alone, no claims upon her other than her own desires, goals, or purposes as she wants to define them in that particular situation. Or to press the issue a little bit further, to play with this language, she is only a mother if and after she chooses to be one. Both the personhood of her child and the relational identity between the two of them depend on and are subsequent to the woman's choice. But if we say, in my alternative phrasing, every mother has a choice, we expose the relationship that always already exists with all of its implied claims. We cannot say every mother has a choice where the choice implied is abortion, because we know that the word mother names a relationship and implies a set of responsibilities, claims, and obligations. When we hear the word mother, we generally assume someone who has an investment in the care, protection, and promotion of the flourishing of the other. In other words, when we use a word like mother, we name a deep and intrinsic connection fundamental to the identity of both persons, and that names the interconnectedness of their goods. The relation is not dependent on the choice of either, but flows from the bond that is intrinsic to their relationship and to their natural existence. And so, as you can see, this clearly is an argument against abortion. But I also want to help you see that it displays the radical difference of what we mean when we talk about the intrinsically social nature of the person in Catholic social thought. That we are always already in communion, we are always already connected to one another in a way that we have interconnected sets of claims on one another, and in fact, our goods are mutually constructive of one another. That is, as the Catholic social tradition has an idea of the common good, the good of all and the good of each, that are mutually constitutive of one another. Our own political discourse always assumes that our goods are in conflict with one another. The good of all and the good of each can't possibly coexist, but Catholic social thought really insists that those, in fact, do mutually constitute one another. And this sense of a common good, this sense of an intrinsically social nature of the person, is true before we choose to be in relationship with one another, before we enter into any kind of voluntary social contract, before we choose to identify with this or that group, whether it's national or ethnic or religious or partisan or even familial. These bonds of interdependence are always already there, naturally and unchosen. I want to go just a bit further and say this is not simply, although I think this bond between a woman and her unborn child, a mother and her unborn child, certainly displays it. This bond is not simply familial, but in fact, the claim of Catholic social thought is that the human family all have a bond of interconnection and interdependence with one another. We all share a common good. And yet, when we think about the discourse that we have about abortion, do we hear about common good? Sometimes, rarely. We hear about competing rights claims. The right to choose versus the right to life. The right of the woman versus the rights of the child. Our discourse is so dominated by these competing rights claims that we never develop in our discourse a shared vision of the good that would allow us to adjudicate competing rights claims well. We pay attention to the atomistic rights claims of atomistic individuals whose rights come into conflict with one another, and we fail to develop the kinds of visions that would help us adjudicate those claims. I want to point to a couple of other issues, really just briefly, where you can see the same kinds of dynamics going on. One of my favorites is gun control, because it's fun to avoid the sexual loaded issues just occasionally. A little violence instead, that's all good. But and of course we have a lot of libertarian arguments for gun control, the right to bear arms. I had the 14-year-old son of a friend at Easter dinner yesterday arguing with me about how important it is that we have the right to bear arms and defend ourselves against the encroaching evil government. And these are important ideas, right? That individuals have a right to have the means to protect themselves. However, it's clear from the documentation of gun-based violence that the access that we as a population have to guns also endangers many of us much of the time. We would all say that we have a right to be safe, especially in our schools, right? In our workplaces, all these places that are often come into threat. But we also say that we have a right to choose to bear arms. Do we have a vision of the good sufficient to allow us to adjudicate these competing rights claims, or do we just talk past one another, rights versus rights? I think about the same things related to same-sex marriage and the desire to have conscience protections for everybody from bakers to photographers. We have a sense of a right to marriage that is developing, state by state, right? But we also have a sense of a right to appeal to conscience. Are we able to talk about the goods at stake? And I would name just a few. There is a real good in recognizing marriage in any form, to talk about stability and protection of families and society as a whole, to talk about equality, but also, as many people want to make sure we add, to talk about whether or not marriage has a natural connection to children and the possibilities of procreating that. We have this interesting reality around same-sex marriage in this country right now, where we are increasingly insisting on a public recognition of what were once private relationships without really getting into the debate about everything that marriage means. Well, there's some debate, but was it helpful? Was it helpful discourse that really moved us forward, or did we again talk past these things? So what I want to call us for today in all these matters of discourse is to pay attention to the ways in which, as Catholics, we have a sense, who are drawn and wanting to live by Catholic social thought, we have a sense of an intrinsically social nature to the person, an intrinsically social nature to the good, that is, our goods are in fact in common. And even while we want to protect and promote individual freedoms, it's crucial for us to do that in a way that also envisions the connection of what those freedoms are for. And what that involves then is a robust conversation about the common good and what it constitutes. And I just want to end on one keynote, because it's a question that I was asked earlier. I do think one of the important things to remember coming from Catholic social thought is the concept of subsidiarity. I think subsidiarity is our sort of Catholic version of that government is best that governs least. And yet it is not the same as that government is best that governs least. What subsidiarity does is it directs the larger order societies, so federal government, state government, down to the local level, to support the local visions and initiatives of the most local communities. And really, the vital cell of society in the eyes of Catholic social thought is the family, the That's the lowest level. So when we talk about the needs to respect the freedoms of individual persons and of families and of local communities, we actually have a means to talk about respecting those freedoms, but also always with a positive obligation to help and support those initiatives to work together for the common good.
Well, I'm delighted to be here. Always wonderful to be at BC. I do want to thank Kathy for letting you in on the secret that I speak as an outsider. I will tell those worthies looking somewhat balefully at me that assure them that some of my best friends are Catholics, including especially Mark. Our friendship goes back to graduate school. Brought together by a common seminar with our leader, Bill Hutchison, and a deep common interest in the late Father Leonard Feeney, who, for reasons some of you will know, is, even as I speak, turning over in his grave. Anyway, I do think it was pretty clever to put a Jew between a bunch of Catholics and lunch, so I'm going to read fast. So here goes. 30 years ago, when I was in the process of transforming, or should I say degenerating, from a medieval historian into a journalist, I undertook a freelance assignment from the Boston Globe to write a series of profiles of notable academics, one of whom was the late Robert Nozick, professor of philosophy at Harvard, a bit of a wild and crazy guy, and the most philosophically sophisticated libertarian in the country at that time. In preparation for this colloquium, I thought I'd exhume that profile, and if I do say so myself, it stands up pretty well. But one line jumped out at me as out of date, to wit, in matters of freedom, American culture provides for a certain division of labor whereby the conservatives uphold free markets and the liberals bear cudgels for free expression and liberated lifestyles. Nowadays, the liberals are no longer worrying so much about free expression, and while the conservatives are still upholding free markets, they have extended their libertarian outlook beyond economic behavior. For example, in his 1994 conservative polemic, Dead Right, David Frum takes after William Bennett for subtitling The Devaluing of America, his 1992 conservative polemic. The subtitle was The Struggle for Our Children and Our Culture. What, asks Frum, is the locution our children doing in Bennett's mouth? The phrase contains the thought that one's obligation to all other children in the country is similar in nature to one's obligations to one's own, that a purely political bond, that between citizens of one nation, can resemble in some meaningful way the biological bond between parent and child. Since then, Frum has drifted away from this kind of libertarianism, but his book marks, I think, a societal shift that has recently been spelled out by Robert Putnam in his new book, Our Kids, The American Dream in Crisis. Here's Putnam talking about the book a month ago with NPR's Scott Simon. He said, when I was growing up in Port Clinton and my parents talked about doing things for our kids, when they said, you know, we've got to pay higher taxes so that our kids can have a swimming pool or a new French department or whatever, by the word our kids, they did not mean my sister and me. They meant all the kids in town. And what's happened over the last 20, 30, 40 years is that our sense of what counts as our kids has shriveled. Contra Dead Right, I would argue that the political obligation to the children in our community, nation, and world is similar to the biological tie between parent and child, and I think that view still prevails in the precincts of the Democratic Party, as perhaps evidenced by Hillary Clinton's use of the well-traveled proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. But in that other party, not so much. Here is Fox News' Andrea Tantaros talking with Bill O'Reilly about an alleged downside to government programs to make children healthier. Saying, quote, the road to hell is often paved with good intentions, Tantaros claims that these are, quote, causing mental problems, and that kids will develop eating disorders because of them. Oh, Andrea, come on, O'Reilly expostulates. 1 or 2 kids are going to have an eating disorder no matter what you do. It's the greater good that must be served. The greater good, explodes Tantaros, pointing at O'Reilly. There's the People's Republic of Massachusetts oozing out on the couch. Whoa. Glad to be here. I was born in Cambridge myself. Of course, Bennett and O'Reilly are Catholics of a certain generation who, for all their ideological conservatism, have retained the teaching of their church articulated last month by Pope Francis when he said a society can be judged by the way it treats its children. I presume that Tantaros, the daughter of Greek immigrants, is or was Greek Orthodox, but more importantly, she's a child of the Reagan era, 3 decades younger than Bennett and O'Reilly. The enthusiasm for Rand Paul, aforementioned at this conference, and before him his father, among the younger generation of conservatives, is plain for all to see, and it has infected even old conservative fogies like George Will. In a word, conservatives have moved toward a philosophy that is explicitly hostile to any public policy that smacks of concern for our children, ergo, pejoratively, the nanny state. I will consider that philosophy, libertarianism, to be what the contemporary libertarian thinker Tibor Machin defines as, quote, the view that the task of politics is liberty, nothing more or less, and the task of virtue, human excellence, or happiness is a task that only the individual on his own can strive to fulfill, either alone or in personal and voluntary association with others, never by force or coercion. There are, of course, alternative views of the task of politics, including not only human excellence and happiness, but also social welfare and justice and harmony. But for purposes of this colloquialism, for this colloquium, I propose that we consider the libertarian view to be opposed to what Catholics tend to call the common good, a complex political undertaking that aims at a number of the above tasks and which therefore must find a balance among them. Forgive me if I neologistically called this view common goodism. It's important to recognize that while libertarianism and common goodism may each have a proclivity for certain public policies, they are not policies themselves, but rather ways of advancing, justifying, or rationalizing them. When Nozick says that government should not be in the business of preventing, quote, capitalist acts between consenting adults, he is making a libertarian argument for capitalism. When Joseph Schumpeter argues that capitalism advances morality, he is not making a libertarian argument for it. Our bodies, ourselves, is a libertarian argument for abortion. Protecting poor women from the hardships of unwanted pregnancies is not. Minimizing pain and suffering is not a libertarian argument for physician-assisted suicide. Claiming a right to terminate one's life whenever one wants to is. What makes a libertarian is, as Machin indicates, the privileging of liberty over all political ends, and a consistent libertarian will do this across all realms of political activity. But as my old profile of Bob Nozick suggested, across the board, libertarianism has not been the rule, at least in this country. Traditionally, we've had economic libertarians who embrace the Austrian School of Economics, Hayek perhaps excluded, civil libertarians who identify with the ACLU, and moral libertarians, sometimes known as libertines. The distinctively new development is what I propose calling spiritual libertarianism. This is a form of libertarianism that sets as its highest political task not free markets or free speech, or let us say, making the country safe for sex, drugs, and rock and roll, but the free exercise of religion. This new spiritual libertarianism has in the past decade established itself on the American right. The story of the valorization of religious freedom among conservatives is an interesting one, particularly since within pretty recent memories, liberals were the religious freedom stalwarts. For them, providing a means for religious minorities, Jehovah's Witnesses, Jews, the Amish, to gain exemptions from legal injunctions was an important dimension of civil liberty and part and parcel of the rights revolution in American jurisprudence. Under the circumstances then, it was no surprise that liberal justices were the ones on the Supreme Court who opposed Justice Scalia's decision in Employment Division versus Smith, which determined that neutral laws of general applicability could ipso facto not violate the Free Exercise Clause, i.e., that you couldn't go to court to protect your free exercise rights against a law or regulation that applied neutrally to everybody. This decision led, of course, to the passage of the 1993 Religious Freedom Restoration Act, which was designed to make the court revert to its pre-Smith standard of strict scrutiny, requiring the government to demonstrate a compelling state interest in the law or regulation and to show that this interest was being advanced by the least restrictive means. The coalition that made RFRA happen was led by the Dean of Liberal Religious Lobbyists, David Saperstein of the Religion Action Center of Reform Judaism, now our ambassador for religious freedom. The bill, which passed Congress almost unanimously, was enthusiastically signed into law by President Clinton. 4 years later, the court swatted down this intrusion on its judicial prerogatives in Bernie versus Flores, but ever since it has sought to limit the reach of Smith without actually reversing it. Beware the wrath of Nino. Because my time is short, let me cut to the chase and say that in his Smith decision, Scalia quite intentionally threw free exercise into the political arena, saying to religious objectors, look, if you want an exemption from a neutral, generally applicable law, make your case in legislative bodies. Subjecting the constitutional right of free exercise to majoritarian decision-making seemed like a really bad idea to civil libertarians, but most conservatives had no problem with it. I figure because they didn't imagine that they'd ever lack the political clout to get the exceptions they wanted. They began to have problems when they stopped getting those exemptions. Suddenly, religious freedom was under assault as never before in American history. Spiritual libertarianism was on display this year in the run-up to passage of Indiana's Religious Freedom Restoration Act, so much so that it extended its reach beyond religion in a way analogous to conscientious objection during the war in Vietnam. Here, for example, is a, I'm afraid, somewhat extended excerpt from a blog post by conservative activist Monica Boyer featured on the Indiana Tea Party website in January. It's long, but it's worth hearing. The media has wrongly portrayed this bill to be only about gay marriage. This couldn't be further from the truth. This freedom of conscience bill was designed to protect those who want the freedom of conscience when it comes to healthcare decisions, as well as organizations such as religious charities, businesses who have convictions, colleges with faith statements for students and employees, and so much more. The Indiana RFRA is not only for those who are religious. As my friend Jesse Bohannon said, even an atheist has a right to refuse to do something that is morally repugnant. Hoosiers should not be required to provide a service, produce a product, rent out property, or be forced to do business with someone if the service goes against their conscience, religious or not. Contrary to the hype the media is spewing, this is not a theocratic bill. It is a freedom bill, freedom for everyone, not just some. It's worth noting that the Indiana Catholic Conference, which supported the bill, gave at least lip service to a more balanced philosophy. The bill, the conference said in a statement, establishes a legal standard that protects state interests as well as individuals and religious institutions. When there is a compelling state interest in the law or regulation, it must be done in the least restrictive manner, thus protecting both, the common good while respecting the conscience and religious freedom of all affected. And after the national firestorm over the Indiana law broke out, the state's Catholic bishops said in a statement, "We urge all people of goodwill to mutual respect for one another so that the necessary dialogue and discernment can take place to ensure that no one in Indiana will face discrimination, either whether it is for their sexual orientation or for living their religious beliefs." I'm afraid, however, that spiritual libertarianism is alive and well in the American Catholic Church. This is, for the historically conscious, somewhat ironic, given how late the Church came to the modern world's religious freedom party. Indeed, in the early 1990s, the American Catholic bishops were latecomers to the RFRA coalition because they feared that in a hoped-for post-Roe v. Wade world, someone would try to use the act to assert a free exercise right to abortion. But in recent years, religious freedom has been promoted as the ne plus ultra of the American democracy. As the Bishops' Ad Hoc Committee for Religious Liberty put it in 2012, it is, quote, "our most cherished freedom. It is the first freedom because if we are not free in our conscience and our practice of religion, all other freedoms are fragile." In practice, this spiritual libertarianism can be found in the Catholic lawsuits opposing the Affordable Care Act's contraception mandate, which manifest a singular unwillingness to acknowledge common good considerations on the other side. As my friend and organizer of this conference, co-organizer Michael Sean Winters wrote the other day, "Someone should tell the Little Sisters of the Poor that their conscience should not be troubled by filling out a form that exempts them from having to provide contraception coverage to their employees. Instead, we have bishops who suggest same-sex marriage is a civilizational threat, which it is not, and who encourage the Little Sisters to think that signing a form is material cooperation with evil." The Fortnight for Freedom, some people here may have celebrated it, has become the Church's annual festival of spiritual libertarianism. Why not, for example, a fortnight for immigration reform? To my way of thinking, the goal of balancing religious liberty and common good considerations has been on display most clearly in Utah's recent anti-discrimination legislation, which was not merely backed by, but negotiated with, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. There, as in Indiana, the Catholic Church seems to have held back and may even be said to have supported the bill. At least that's how I read the following sentence reporting on it in the Intermountain Catholic, which is the Salt Lake diocesan newspaper. The bill represents many hours of work with leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and LGBT advocacy groups to create a state law that strikes a fair and just balance between providing for these basic needs and protecting the rights of people of faith to exercise their beliefs. By contrast, the Catholic Church actively opposed a comparable anti-discrimination bill in Wyoming, calling it, quote, "an unconstitutional infringement on a fundamental constitutional right." Last month, that bill failed. I'll just conclude by saying that libertarianism in its spiritual form is very much at war with common goodism in the Church today. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank all the panelists for a wonderful, and enriching discussion, or start to our discussion. And what I'd like to do is ask you to comment on one question, and then I'll throw it open to the floor. We've been talking a lot, as Mark Silk just said, about different types of libertarianism. We've economic libertarianism, social libertarianism, now even spiritual libertarianism. And one of the tasks I think that we're trying to grapple with in this colloquium today is, what is the relationship among these? Do you buy them as a set, or do they come independently? And where, in my listening to the comments today, it seems almost philosophically they ought to come as a set. If you're a libertarian in one realm and prioritize freedom in one realm, you ought to prioritize it across the board. But in the practical arena, in our American politics, it seems as if we pick and choose. You know, some of us are economic libertarians, Republicans. Others are social libertarians, Democratic. And now we have spiritual libertarians, and we're not even quite sure what that is yet, although it is a piece of Catholic politics today. So what I'd like to ask each of you to address is, what do you think about the relationships between these types of libertarianism for the issues that you talked about? And how do you think the best part of the Catholic tradition should respond to what you see as the situation? And with Professor Silk, you are an honorary member of the Jesuit tribe today, which is very broad. So you can respond however you want, as an insider or as an outsider or as an outsider insider. So we'll start with Mary Jo.
Thanks.
De nada.
So I think generally libertarians don't like a set. I think they do pick and choose among them. That being said, the question that presents itself for the matter of people with disabilities and supporting access to all sorts of programs and services that contribute to their development, their full development as persons, requires all three of these in many ways. It's a large economic commitment that needs to be addressed. Who bears the cost of that? Certainly Catholicism has many different outreach programs. There's Catholic Charities here in the United States, as well as Catholic Relief Services, Caritas International. It goes across the board in terms of organized efforts to relieve the suffering that many people experience, not just those with disabilities, but particularly those in developing national contexts and or disasters. Socially, I think Catholicism is standing on dangerous ground, as I think they're standing on dangerous ground when it comes to something like a spiritual libertarianism. I think that Professor Ryan's comment, as he started his presentation, about what the vanguard of the Cato Institute, for example, looks like. These are very wealthy white men. It's a very small portion of the world's population that could count among wealthy, white, able-bodied, able-minded men. Most people in the world fall into a different class altogether. The easiest distinction is, so here's men and here's women, basically half of the population. Here's people of color, here's persons of descendant from Anglo and Northern European contexts. I think that these are challenges to libertarianism, and it's a disruption. It's a disruption to their unearned privilege and exercise of power when civil rights type legislation is put forward, particularly in matters of people with disabilities, whom the majority of folks will assume, wrongly, are incapable of doing just about anything for themselves. And nothing could be, in fact, further from the truth in terms of people with disabilities. The diversity of disability is not accounted for in any of the libertarian positions. Catholicism, again, is taking a cue from social teaching, the preferential option for the poor and marginalized. This is, I think, a key entree for breaking the stalemate that a Catholic libertarianism has established to think only of those people who have, by tradition, held the reins of power. Again, the clerical estate in the United States.
Great, thank you. Dana?
Wow. Okay, so I'm actually thinking, for some reason, not about an issue that I talked about exactly, but about the HHS mandate and contraception and how that played out. And I'm being told I need to get closer to the microphone. Sorry. So one of the things, I think that there is a way in which our discourse, what do we have to do legally, what can we fight so that rights are protected legally, really shape us into a sort of minimalism. There's a way in which we all end up being libertarians despite a perhaps richer vision of the common good behind us. And the particular instance that I'm thinking about is in a lot of the conversations around Catholic institutions, and my own world is particularly Catholic institutions of higher education, around whether we should comply or be forced to comply or fight and do lawsuits and what have you against the HHS mandate. I found myself thinking, well, you know, I support our right to fight this and some conscience protections and what have you. But my goodness, I would feel so much better about Catholic institutions fighting that mandate if they were also on the absolute forefront of maternity leave, family leave policies, these kinds of things, right? Why can't we go, I mean, if we need to fight certain sort of minimalistic battles and fight for our rights and what have you, why can't we also embody the full richness of our teachings as well? And I mean, my suggestion is, like everybody else, we're always going to pay as little as we can, right? And maximize economic advantage in the ways. And so we become minimalists in the whole thing. And I think we do end up picking and choosing based on some sort of minimalistic economic and political goals that are right in front of us. And I call us to living that broader vision.
So no libertarianism in that sense, not picking and choosing. Mark?
I'll just say quickly, I think that Professor Ryan's suggestion that libertarians tend to see all rights as property rights, even if it's pretty analogically, you know, I have a right to my own mouth. I have a right to my own conscience. You know, I would go with that. I do think that that the, I would say, Christian tradition of sometimes honored in the breach, of really respecting individual rights of conscience goes pretty deep and is pretty libertarian. And I think the challenge in all of these things is how you balance interests. You don't let people exercise their religion by practicing their sincerely held commitment to eating other people as cannibals. And so I think what's been missing is, in a lot of the talk, and sometimes it's just lip service, it is a real willingness to think about competing needs.
Great, thank you. Well, we've heard from our very distinguished and insightful panelists. Now it's time to hear from you. Do we have any questions? Yes, Megan.
I want to thank you all for an interesting panel, and particularly thank Dana and Mary Jo. I was very nervous with two theologians up there that there was going to be an awful lot of overlap between what you both were going to say and I thought I might be spending lunch rewriting. So I'm very glad that I'm not. I want to pick up on something Dana and Mark kind of overlapped on and ask everyone, including Kathy, maybe if they want to comment. I'm struck, and I really like this kind of talking about spiritual libertarianism and the ways in which it's manifesting itself within the American Catholic Church. I want to question, through the context of same-sex marriage, if that's not making us blind to where we actually are hearing people talk about a greater vision of the good. So my context in teaching, right, is millennials. And they get a bad, and I'm on the cusp of counting as a millennial. And they get a bad rap for being kind of self-involved and selfish and as if it is about my rights versus your rights. But in my experience, the reason that there's been such a massive shift when you talk to them on same-sex marriage is that their understanding of the right is based in a vision of the good. A vision of the good for the person, as well as the good of marriage, as well as the good of equality. And that in certain ways, it's coming out of not perhaps a failure always of understanding the deeper understanding of the good of marriage in Catholicism, but actually appropriating that and understanding it very differently in the 21st century America. So I'd like to hear you comment on if perhaps our political rhetoric and the spiritual libertarianism is making something seem as if we're just yelling at each other about competing rights claims, but actually below that may be more of an argument about the good than we're maybe giving credit for.
Thank you very much. Any of our panelists, especially the two called upon by name. You are going to earn your lunch today, panelists.
Looks like it's to me.
I think so.
Yeah, to earn my lunch and say the hard thing. I mean, as Megan knows, I also teach undergraduates and am in these conversations. And as I said, even in the talk, I think those values of equality and stability and the good are important to attend to. But we also have to deal with, for good or for ill, right, a pretty clear Catholic teaching that same-sex acts and therefore same-sex marriage are outside the common good as that is understood in that tradition, right? And I mean, I'm serious when I say we have to deal with that reality. We also have to, I think as a church, deal very seriously with the reality that we do not live in Christendom anymore, and how do we think really well together about what the claims that we can and cannot make about marriage in a pluralistic society. So far, the bishops are leading us down the road that says we still know what marriage is in its natural reality in a way that has an intrinsic connection to procreation, and so excludes this. I mean, you know, again, it's hard, but I think we have to deal with that. But then also to think through how we can have a shared discourse in a pluralistic society in a way that honors all those complicated visions of marriage and the good.
I just want to make one quick complaint. Since I once was a medievalist and have some experience of the richness of the Catholic tradition, I'm disappointed. I mean, I would have expected, and I do expect evangelical Protestants and the whole Protestant tradition, because they've exalted the families as little churches and made such a big deal about families constituting a kind of the core of Christian life. I wouldn't expect any better from them. But the rich analogies that Catholics have used in using language of marriage between bishops and their dioceses, between the individual soul, Jesus, between sisters and Jesus. I mean, I just think there's ample room for movement in a religious community that likes to pride itself on its analogical approach to thinking about things. And so it seems to me that it's a somewhat odd. There's an interesting story there, but about how. I mean, say nothing about St. Paul and all that, but there's an interesting story about how marriage in this very immediate way becomes so valorized within 20th century Catholicism, and I guess Urs von Balthasar gets some credit for that. But anyway, there are other ways to move, it seems to me, but it's not for me to do.
Mary Jo, do you have any final comments on this?
Well, so I'm just thinking, there are a number of different ways that we can look at the tradition and what it has said about marriage and when that became a sacrament. It's fairly late in the church's history that gets that official stamp of approval. I wonder if we shouldn't go back to where Augustine is saying one of the ends of marriage is to relieve lust. It's a very good thing to relieve the lust that people have and to regulate the lust in this relationship, as opposed to this is the format in which the family, the children, and all those sorts of things need to come into play. If we look more at that marriage is about relieving lust, we can lust after so many different things. I think it ought to be regulated. And the common good would be served insofar as in regulation of lust, let's say, of regulating sexual activity by sanctioned state, church, whatever approval, theoretically then would reduce the incidence of extra-relational relations.
Better to marry than to burn, is what you're saying, yeah. I think that was St. Paul. Any other questions? I think we've got time for one or two more. Anybody else that, yes, go ahead.
This would be towards Professor Dillon. In my lifetime, we have seen Massachusetts blue laws evaporate so that from a political libertarian point of view, there's no longer the state telling people what they can or can't do on Sunday. And I remember at the time that happened a few decades ago, saying to the rest of my family, it'll be interesting to see what Catholics will do in general to preserve what the Sisters of St. Joseph told me when you were growing up. There's a certain line between servile work and hobbies and what you can do on a Sunday. There seems to me, and I'm asking what your perspective is, because this is something that the Jewish people have preserved more than the Catholics about Sabbath rest, that there's a spiritual libertarianism as far as that goes, and some other aspects of Catholic culture. Actually, a kosher analogy, meat on Fridays, which used to be a year-round thing and now is evaporated. Would you, when you use the term spiritual libertarianism, it seems that it has infected or affected the Catholic Church in several ways: Sabbath rest and dietary laws. And I think this is a cultural spiritual libertarianism that a political libertarian might say, it's a good thing we don't have the blue laws anymore, but why has the church, instead of stepping up and saying this is somehow how we should identify our culture, let it also dissipate?
So it sounded like you were
I was
maybe
talking to Professor Dillon in particular because he had used the word spiritual libertarianism, and also he would have perspective. Sorry.
So I think Professor
my
Silk,
mistake.
is that right?
My mistake.
That's fine.
Professor Silk.
Well, I think the church, I'm sorry. I think it's pretty clear that in Massachusetts, anyway, the church is picking its fights. It did pretty well with the physician last time around with assisted suicide. Blue laws, not going to fight that. But I don't want to. I really don't want to speak for the bishops. Let these theologians do that, because they're they have their mandata.
Well, Dana, since you were named, would you like to contribute to this question?
I mean, maybe I'm going to embrace some of my libertarianism here. No, I don't know, but I mean, I don't have a huge desire to see the church lobby the state to make businesses right. But what I hear in your comment that I think we really need to talk more about as a church is what are the ways that we might embrace a commitment to some spiritual practices, including a sort of Sabbath keeping, resisting consumerism on Sundays, right? Like these sorts of things, and maybe alcoholism or blue laws. Different sorts of things, right? Over consumption of all those things, but that I think that becomes a. This is one of the things where I would shy away from huge cultural change in the secular culture, but actually nurture that in terms of Christian communities. Whatever practices need to be embraced.
Okay, well, one of the basic requirements of the natural law and the corporal works of mercy is that you feed the hungry. So I'd like to invite you to join me in thanking our panelists for this session.
Thank you, Mark, for inviting me to convene this afternoon panel. I always feel a little odd at these events with all these scholars because I'm not an intellectual. I just pretend to be one on the internet every day. So it's but it's a joy to be here. Our panel is going to look more at the economic and political ramifications of libertarianism and how it does and does not conform with liberalism. Professor Schneck will be speaking first as a political philosopher, and then Megan Clark will be addressing us from Catholic anthropology. And then Mary Jo will be talking about some of the policy ramifications. And then hopefully we'll have lots of time for questions among the panel. And then we'll open it up to the floor. The biographies are in your programs, so I won't go into that. I will say Megan and Steve are both colleagues of mine at the Institute for Policy Research and Catholic Studies at the Catholic University of America. And Steve is our director. And as Mark mentioned, organized this conference last June. That kind of kicked off this conversation that I think people are dying to have, which is what is this libertarianism thing and how do we get our heads around it as Catholics? And so without further ado, Professor Steve Schneck.
Thanks, Michael Sean. I'm going to be in trouble. You'll see here in just a few minutes because I'm actually going to disagree with Professor Alan Ryan and, in fact, try to suggest that there is a line between liberal political theory and liberalism and libertarianism. So I want to draw a line of analysis between libertarianism and liberal political theory, and to do that, I'll distinguish key features of the theories of John Locke and James Madison. Locke and Madison, I think everyone knows, are often invoked by libertarians. However, I want to make the point that both of these liberal thinkers offer ideas that are fundamentally different from libertarianism. And in so doing, I hope to illuminate what I think are critical incompatibilities between liberal political theory and libertarian ideology. And actually, seizing on that word ideology, let me begin by acknowledging a very important point made by Professor Wolff. Libertarianism is an ideology, and like all modern political ideologies, its provenance begins with the critics and the apologists of the Enlightenment. In the talk that Michael Sean mentioned at the conference that we had last spring on libertarianism, I spoke more at length about this. I identified there the origins of libertarianism. Very briefly, for example, I noted prominently the names of Bernard Mandeville and Jean-Baptiste Say, both of whom are associated with the Enlightenment. I'd also, however, want to say that like all modern political ideologies, libertarianism is a closed system of thought. And this, too, is something that came out in Professor Wolf's talk. A closed system of thought that approaches questions in practice with a foreordained, almost Gnostic certainty. Liberal political theory, by contrast, has much older roots. Its history begins with scholasticism's efforts to establish legal rights and political authority from the ideal of natural right and the common good. Its development runs through early Christian humanism and Renaissance republicanism. It's a theory rather than an ideology. I'd identify, for example, interesting Renaissance humanists like Erasmus and later Montaigne as illustrating the provenance of liberal political theory. And what both of these thinkers and what I think that liberal political theory in general exemplifies is a prudential approach to questions of practice in contrast to the closed, dogmatic nature of ideologies. In contrast to libertarianism, which approaches the everyday world, in other words, with preset answers, liberal theorists approach the world with an openness about what might work better for human concerns in public life. And that's why I turned to two figures who are often lionized by libertarianism in an effort to, I suppose, in an effort to valorize their own thinking, and that is the political thinking of John Locke and James Madison. Let me speak first to John Locke, a 17th century thinker. A renaissance of recent scholarship on John Locke has discovered that unlike portrayals 50 years ago by people like Leo Strauss and C.B. McPherson, John Locke's thinking was very much informed by natural right thinking and by classical Republican sources. The breakthroughs in this current scholarship on Locke have come from people like Quentin Skinner and J.J. Pocock. Let me focus on Locke's first and second treatises, particularly in regards to the concept of property, to illustrate this. And I apologize in advance, but will presume some degree of familiarity about these works and the basic arguments that Locke makes there. Locke's celebrated description of the origin of property in the second treatise is a good entree. In chapter 5 of the second treatise, Locke explains that property is created with human labor, that the ownership we have over ourselves is extended over things when we freely labor over them. In this fashion, property is created. I need to explain how contemporary libertarians seize on this idea to argue against everything from welfare to taxes. But this conception of Locke's idea of property overlooks a larger picture in Locke's theory. You see, Locke maintains in the first treatise that we human beings are ourselves God's property. Our will, our freedom, our ability to labor, in other words, thus are really God's in the final analysis. So we are, at best, stewards of the property, the original source of which is the Creator. Accordingly, our use of property, Locke tells us, must accord with these divine purposes. So Locke in the second treatise argues that there are certain natural limits to property related to this, related to the idea that everything that we have ultimately has its source in God. And these would include the needs of others, spoilage, the concerns of the common good. Our uses of property, moreover, for Locke, is something that we hold in the context of our obligations to enforce what John Locke calls, and here's a nod back in the direction of scholasticism, what Locke calls the law of nature, a law laid down by the Creator in creation itself. Locke explains that owing to the human condition, the execution of the law of nature, especially as it relates to property, will generate conflicts and ultimately a condition of war. Human beings then, Locke analyzes, human beings then left to their own devices would find themselves almost inevitably in a state of war as a result of conflicts associated with their maintenance of property. The state, government, is Locke's remedy for this. The state assumes the execution of the law of nature, again, especially in regards to questions of property. The state must have, Locke contends, the state must have the necessary power to restrain the likely conflicts among human beings over these property, over their properties. Contrary to libertarianism, then, if we take this conception of Locke, Locke sees the state as a means to secure the fundamental rights of life, liberty, and property by having the power to execute the law of nature. The excesses of competition in the exercise of rights led to war, Locke thought, and to the insecurity of those rights. The state resolves this by taking up sufficient authority to execute the law of nature. Skipping over much, I'm skipping over much here, but happy to answer questions subsequently in the discussion. But the key point that I want to make is that Locke, who is often, as I say, lionized by libertarians, is in fact offering a theory that is quite different from libertarianism. In so doing, I think Locke helps illuminate part of what I perceive as a line between liberalism, liberal political theory, and libertarianism. Now, very quickly, let me turn to James Madison. In turning to James Madison's thought, let me begin by noticing a split among libertarians that I don't think has been noticed today, but I think that it's important, an important split. It's a split among libertarians about human nature itself. Some libertarians have, what would I call it, an idealistic, almost utopian conception of human nature. That is, they have this sense that human beings are fundamentally good and complete and in of themselves, and therefore need nothing outside themselves. And if only left to their own devices, a kind of a human perfection would emerge. Other libertarians, differently, have a more negative, dark conception of humankind, but believe that market forces operate on the basis of that dark side of humankind. Market forces, they think, create public virtue out of private vice in competition. Madison is especially especially trenchant in response to this second sort. Madison begins, particularly, by the way, I'm thinking of James Madison's writings in the Federalist paper that were written in apology and defense of the 1787 U.S. Constitution. Madison there begins with an understanding of human beings as, in fact, selfish and self-interested. This is kind of a celebrated Federalist notion of the fallen nature of humankind. If left to their own devices, Madison thinks the result would be a chaos of warring interests that would devolve into something like war. Madison supported the new Constitution because he was convinced that such chaos of unconstrained self-interest was already occurring in the young United States under the Articles of Confederation. As he put it in the Federalist Papers, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. But precisely because they are not angels, government was needed. A powerful government, more powerful than under the Articles of Confederation, a government powerful and able to regulate and to manage individual self-interests. Government under the Articles, he thought, was too weak for that. He recognized the value of competition as part of the formula by which government regulation would occur. And so he argued famously in Federalist 51 that ambition should counteract ambition. But not free competition exactly. Madison imagined this ambition counteracting ambition to be a planned, institutionalized, and actively managed competition, managed by the state, managed by laws and government. Laws and government, Madison thought, should precede and provide the framework for such competition. Competition itself, he recognized, was not enough. So Madison's conclusion was that the state must be powerful enough to check competition in the extreme. The state must also work to promote and to inculcate civic virtue so that internally human life is regulated by civic virtue, while externally human life is regulated by civic laws and the state. Now for a bit of a conclusion, so these two figures that are often cited by libertarians in the libertarian literature as forebearers to modern libertarianism, in fact, turn out to offer fundamental arguments against the viability of libertarianism. Locke finds a critical need for the state to regulate disorders and conflicts that arise from the free exchange of property. Locke insists that we are not free to live as we please. We hold our life, liberty, and property in trust for the Creator, whose property we actually are, and are to exercise our rights in conformity with the law of nature, and that the state valuably exists to enforce that law of nature in our lives. Madison finds a powerful state to be a necessary response to the inevitable dangers of human liberty. The laws and power of the state need to be operative a priori, prior to the utility of competition. The state is needed to regulate human behavior, both internally, through the inculcation of civic virtue, and externally, through laws and institutions. Not only do Locke and Madison then offer positions contrary to libertarianism, both thinkers, I think, actually offer much to illuminate the open and prudential character of genuinely liberal political theory in contrast to the closed ideology of libertarianism. Thank you.
In the beginning of modern Catholic social teaching here at Boston College, Ken Himes lays out the political spectrum to be engaged. I still remember the look of confusion on many faces when he took a step back and reminded the room that as we approached Catholic social thought within the American context, all US political debates were debates internal to philosophical liberalism. We heard some of this from Professor Ryan this morning on the US and European differences. The focus today has been on situating and separating, arguing about whether or not you can separate libertarianism from a broad understanding of philosophical liberalism or political liberalism. In my brief time, I'd like to take a step back and turn instead to theology and Catholic social thought, and look at 3 points from Catholic social thought where once we recognize that libertarianism, as many people have said today, is incompatible with a Catholic understanding, a Catholic worldview, that if Catholic social thought is given a seat at the table, it can help conversations within liberalism push towards a more human community, and perhaps expose and work towards a more creative tension between the two. In particular, the view of the person as created in the image and likeness of God, the universal destination of goods as a starting point for discussions of property, and a positive role of government. All discussions of human dignity and the human person for Catholic theology begin with one unequivocal statement: that all human persons are created in the image and likeness of God. Catholic moral theology and Catholic social teaching in particular, then, is largely a series of reflections on what this might mean. There is a radical equality before God, equally loved by God, equally created in the image and likeness of God. However, this equality before God is not primarily something that can be understood as freedom of choice, but starts as understood as a relationship, which Dana Dillon talked about this morning. Perhaps the most important divergence between Catholicism and libertarianism is this theological claim: I do not create myself. I do not call myself into existence, and I always exist in relationship to others, other persons, and for Catholicism, God. We are not simply individuals who should choose to enter into community and relationship. While the freedom of the individual person allows for a number of choices, I am not saying choice is a bad thing in and of itself. To be human is to be a person created in the image of God in community. This is not something that we can opt out of. Human freedom is a value, it is crucial, but it cannot be reduced to negative liberty. In Caritas in Veritate, Pope Benedict XVI urges to resist the intoxication with total autonomy as what true freedom is. Freedom to love, freedom for human flourishing, freedom for community. These all shape the Catholic understanding of freedom. And as we've heard, with the recognition that we are inescapably relational. We see human persons from creation as relational. Far from reducing the importance of freedom, I propose this actually exposes a deeper and broader approach to freedom that elevates it and human responsibility before our fellow community members and before God. It also recognizes the deeply contextual nature of human freedom, recognizing that, as John the 23rd said in Pacem in Terris, human freedom is often crippled when man falls into extreme poverty. This is one area where Catholic theology argues in contrast not only to libertarianism, but some versions of liberalism, which focus on a purely negative understanding of freedom. We find this a bit in Isaiah Berlin's two theories, two views, two concepts of freedom. Freedom is ultimately about removing obstacles, in part because Berlin is afraid of anything that can get or look like totalitarianism. However, in arguing against this individualistic interpretation of the Enlightenment, communitarian philosopher Charles Taylor lifts up positive freedom as the freedom for self-realization, emphasizing that freedom is always situated freedom. The modern individual needs to learn how to be an agent. Without being socially embedded in a modern community, there is no framework out of which to act. Freedom of choice only comes about with situated freedom. Furthermore, he argues this is not something we can sustain on our own, but that our identity is always partly defined in conversation with others, or through a common understanding which underlies the practices of our society. Situated freedom for Taylor, and I would argue for Catholic social thought, becomes a fundamental to upholding freedom in a multicultural and religiously pluralist society. It is then not just that I need other people to survive, but that flourishing human communities are a positive good. In part, this is theologically grounded on our understanding of God as Trinity. To be created imago Dei is in some way imago Trinitatis. Again, filling out the social nature of the person as something that is constitutive and a good thing about humanity. Catholic social thought goes beyond saying that we simply shouldn't harm others or impede others' freedom, but leads us to Paul VI's observation that there can be no progress toward the complete development of the human person without the simultaneous development of all humanity in the spirit of solidarity. It isn't just that we are relational as part of a state of nature. though this is part of it. We also need to ask in Catholic social thought, how are we in the image of the triune God? How are we as a community more fully imaging the triune God in the world? This shifts the question of community irrevocably. It also leads to the question of the universal destination of goods. This understanding of how we are created places a claim upon us, leading to a divergence between libertarianism and Catholic theology as it relates to politics and economics, the view of private property. Out of the Enlightenment, one view of property emerged, a natural right that is absolute, and we've heard a lot about that so far today. We also heard Professor Schneck talk about how if we look closely at John Locke, this narrative of private property as absolute becomes much more complicated. Even John Locke acknowledged the social function of property and limits to how much property one could claim. However, at the same time, we also have to admit that John Locke created a massive loophole for gold, which in part, I think more than some of the other aspects of Locke we've heard about today, is I think what undergirds libertarianism's turn to Locke and private property. This loophole both reveals why libertarians love him, but also the selfishness and moral blindness we often have. A desire to take credit for what we have and blame the poor for their poverty and create a giant loophole so I don't have to look too closely at where it is I'm accumulating wealth if I'm John Locke. In contrast, Catholic social thought offers a wholly different approach. From its beginning in 1891, modern Catholic social thought upholds private property, but it never starts there. Instead, it starts with the assertion that God created the world for the good of all. Thus, we begin with the universal destination of goods, not property. And what I think is interesting for our discussion today, the compendium of the social doctrine of the Church actually labels the universal destination of goods as what is the natural right. Each person, it says, must have access to the level of well-being necessary for his full development. The right to the common use of goods is the first principle of the whole ethical and social order, the characteristic principle of Christian social doctrine. For this reason, the Church feels bound in duty to specify the nature and characteristic of this principle. It is, first of all, a natural right, says the compendium. Once again, we find ourselves back with creation and this concept of natural rights, but I think it's interesting to our discussion that natural rights is not the language Catholic social thought uses to talk about private property, but actually the duties and claims of the community and everyone having equal access to the goods of creation. Deeply committed to the social function of property, Catholic theology urges that all individuals claiming, appropriating, and using property must, quote, act in a way that benefits not only themselves and their family, but the common good. Reframing our understanding of private property by beginning with the common good more broadly allows us to ask questions of human flourishing and the flourishing of communities. Far from a mechanistic understanding of eminent domain, Catholic social thought's understanding of the common good recognizes the reality of interdependence, provides a positive vision of our responsibility towards others, and prioritizes basic human needs of all, while trying to respect pluralism. As such, it perhaps can help liberalism develop a more robust understanding of public goods and the limitations of private property. This is particularly important for discussions of economic justice within our current state of extreme economic inequality. Ultimately, Catholic social thought's understanding of human freedom and private property are shaped by its understanding of creation. The human person is created in the image and likeness of God. Part of this shift that happens when we think about the Trinity in this way, how are we created in the image and likeness of God? pushes us to look a little bit differently at our understanding of government and what the purpose of government is. 3 persons in one God, marked by equality, mutuality, and reciprocity. This grounding in creation leads us to reject the idea of government as this negative evil, this necessary thing we have to have because we are sinful, and instead look at political participation and the common good. According to libertarianism, government is inherently a threat to individual freedom. While a minimal government may be required for things like defense, it is always suspect. This view emerges of seeing government as a necessary evil, comes out of cherry picking out of Adam Smith and other Enlightenment thinkers, which saw a positive role for limited government, recognizing both the need for defense and the provision of public goods. This public goods is what falls away entirely when we're talking about libertarianism. Within political liberalism, if freed from libertarianism, we can finally have a much-needed debate about public goods in the 21st century and jettison, hopefully, the anti-government focus. Education, healthcare, public health, basic scientific research. These are all things that many people would recognize, and certainly Catholic social thought recognizes as public goods in the 21st century. None of them were things that Adam Smith or the other John Locke or the other thinkers that undergird libertarianism and liberalism understood that way, because they didn't exist in the time period. It wasn't the same kind of society. As Professor Ryan noted, property rights are ill-equipped to deal with climate change, but libertarianism is also ill-equipped to deal with both modern illness and modern medicine, and certainly can't deal with public health. Here, Catholic social teaching offers a more radical notion, a positive view of government. Starting with the common good, we instead see citizenship as a virtue and participation in the political life as a moral obligation, according to faithful citizenship. The family, local communities, civic societies, faith communities, as well as local, state, federal, and even international community, each having a positive role to play in promoting the common good. Participation in the political life of the community is a good. This is how Catholic social thought can see politics as a positive vocation, as an honorable thing one wants to be involved in, while acknowledging our current political system and many politicians often fail to model such commitment to the common good. The reality of globalization and the challenges we face, like climate change, expose the fundamental inadequacies of libertarianism, but also demonstrate the contribution Catholic social thought can offer to liberalism and points of conversion where we can come together to work for the common good.
Well, now for something completely different. I am neither a theologian nor a political theorist. I guess I am, to some extent, an example of the kind of person that Alan Ryan this morning said didn't exist, i.e. somebody who acted as an advisor to politicians and enjoyed it. I worked at various points in my career for Jimmy Carter, Mario Cuomo, and Bill Clinton. And I have to say that I enjoyed it until I didn't. And I suppose the fact of those 3 names, Jimmy Carter, Mario Cuomo, and Bill Clinton, sort of shows you where my politics are, so I might as well admit that right out up front. But as I've been kind of thinking about this conference and kind of realizing where I'm coming from, I'm almost a hopeless pragmatist and a hopeless eclectic. And I guess what I want to suggest today, and to some extent I think Alan Wolf touched on this at the beginning of his remarks, I want to suggest that there are actually policy threads that we can draw from libertarianism, as well as policy threads that we can draw from liberalism and conservatism as well, to promote the goals that Catholic social teaching tells us to promote. I mean, coming out of the tradition of Catholic social teachings, the question for me is often, well, what's likely to work best in the relevant context, which varies a lot from place to place, to promote what we, out of the Catholic tradition, call integral human development. I mean, we have a vision, I would say, of a society, indeed a world, in which all men and women have the capabilities and the freedoms, and that's borrowing a term from Amartya Sen and from Martha Nussbaum, have the capabilities and the freedoms to live full and satisfying lives, to enjoy decent levels of material comfort, of good health, longish lives, safe and satisfying families, relationships and communities, opportunities for educational and spiritual development, and the freedom to participate and make choices. So a vision of human development that is not just material, not just economic, but broad. But it does seem to me that we need to ask ourselves, as we kind of think about these political theories and political philosophies, but also how they are put into practice, how it is that we can best get from here to closer to there. And as I said, as I've been listening today, it seems to me that we can indeed draw some insights and some good ideas from libertarianism, as well as from the two strands of liberalism, kind of social welfare liberalism and old-time liberalism. I want to make one general point and then raise a couple of examples, which I hope will be controversial enough to wake people up at this time of the afternoon. The general point I want to make is about the strengths and weaknesses of both markets and government. It seems to me that often when we're making a distinction, maybe between liberalism and libertarianism, or between bad guys and good guys, we tend to frame it as, on the one hand, markets good, government bad, and on the other hand, government good, markets bad. And it seems to me that that really doesn't quite get it. I mean, markets, as we have seen empirically, have proven to be enormously flexible, responsive mechanisms for organizing much of economic life. And we've certainly seen lots of good examples of the failure of planned economies. We've seen lots of good examples of what happens when you loosen up a little bit and bring markets in, and so on. We've also seen that governments have enjoyed some remarkable successes and achieved some astonishing things. At the same time, though, and I think probably everyone would agree with this, we have plenty of examples of both markets and governments being exploitative and corrupt. We certainly have examples of markets doing bad things for their society and for all of us from the financial crisis. We have plenty of examples of governments doing some bad things too. So, as I come of this, my pragmatic self looks at kind of specific problems and asks what kind of combination of markets, of government, of civil society institutions might best address the problems. So let me throw out quite briefly 3 examples. And let me start with an example where I find myself and many of my liberal friends agreeing with libertarians. And that has to do with criminal justice policy in the United States, and especially the effects of the war on drugs. I mean, I think it is safe to say that U.S. government policy for the last couple of decades has really been a disaster. We have more people in prison and more people per capita in prison than any other society except, I don't know, some really very bad ones. We have seen enormous increase in the population that we incarcerate. And we have been able to document what effects that has had on communities and on families, what effects it has had on poverty, on the ability of people, not just the people who kind of commit the crimes and so on, but on their whole communities. I think we have when we lock up millions of people, we spend gazillions of dollars, we ruin families and communities, especially poor minority communities, and we haven't solved the drug problem. We still have a huge drug problem. So, libertarians say get the government out of the whole business, get the government out of the business of declaring some drugs illegal, and we can argue about how far to go in that direction. We can argue if okay, let's decriminalize marijuana, but maybe not heroin. We can argue about that, but the insight that the costs of trying to regulate some behavior, which is harmful to many people, but the cost of trying to regulate it may be greater than the benefits that accrue. We certainly decided that about alcohol back in the 1930s, a decision to repeal prohibition, for which I am grateful. But I think we want to ask the same kind of questions, and I think we can, this may be an area where libertarians and liberals and people who normally disagree a lot, and we've seen that in the Congress, can get together. So that's one example. Second example I want to raise is the example of education, and Alan Wolf alluded to this in his opening sentences this morning. And here too, libertarians say get the government out, or maybe get the government out of operating schools but not paying for them, or maybe give people lots of choice in the kinds of education they choose for their children. And the libertarians would say, and for sure, don't try to have a common core and a national testing policy or a policy connected to those common standards. And I've been spending a fair amount of time this fall in the Boston Public Schools, kind of trying to learn about how they operate and how they're working and so on. Come away with I must say, enormous admiration for many of the principals and teachers in that system who are, really doing the Lord's work, but also coming away thinking, this big bureaucracy is getting in the way of a lot of things that could go on. And I'm coming away with admiration for the charter schools, admiration for what can come when there's some competition between schools, what can come when competition creates some pressure on parents. And so to listen to the arguments that the libertarians are making about choice, about locality, and so on, seems to me we can learn some things there, and I would advise us to do so. The third area I just want to throw out, because it's the one I know the most about, has to do with social welfare policy. Now, libertarians, or most people who call themselves libertarians, do not like welfare, food stamps, unemployment insurance, Social Security, Obamacare, you name it, and they would have the elderly, the poor, and the vulnerable cared for through their own resources, families, communities, churches, and other voluntary agencies. And, there are some big problems with that approach. One problem, of course, is that poor families and poor communities are poor and don't have, in many cases, the resources to care for the vulnerable, to care for the disabled, about whom we heard so eloquently this morning. And so we have found, I think, as a society, that government turns out to be a necessary mechanism for fulfilling our obligations as brothers and sisters to care for those who are disadvantaged. At the same time, though, I think the libertarians are saying something similar to what the Catholic social teaching of subsidiarity says. If you can do it at the community level, do it there. If you can do it at the family level, do it there. If you can do it at the state level rather than the federal level, do it there. And to recognize that for many kinds of services, operating at the community level with lots of community discretion is going to be the best way to achieve the goals we have. At the same time, I sure don't want local governments running the Social Security system. Thank you very much. This is one where both the economies of scale and the requirements of and it is a redistributive system, the requirements of redistribution kind of come into play. I think the libertarians are also right to point out, and I've been part of the welfare debates for a long time, but right to point out that some of the ways in which we've structured our welfare system have been perverse and have had perverse effects on families and perverse effects on communities. The old AFDC system, which really did provide incentives for families not to work and for families to break up, is not kind of the system that we want to have in place. And so to try to think about how those things all work together, I think is an important thing. So I guess I just want to close with again repeating the notion that at the level of ideology with which I'm kind of not competent to talk, I think some of these sharp distinctions can and should be made. At the level of practicality, maybe we can try to learn from all these different threads. Thanks.
Okay, I've got lots of questions. But what I'd like to do is start with the questions to get the panel talking to themselves a little bit first, and hopefully draw out some of the natural tensions I see in the comments we've just heard, and as well as earlier, and then open it up to the room. And one, I think, is the whole issue of pragmatism. And Arthur Schlesinger, in his great book, The Age of Jackson, which I think was still the one and only doctoral dissertation to ever receive the Pulitzer Prize in 1946. His last chapter, Traditions in American Democracy, basically says that all Americans have come to recognize that the competition of interests helps serve as a guarantor of individual liberty, and is recognized as a good. And in normal times, the business interest is the most powerful, and that it's the history of American liberalism, far from being ideological, to use the power of government to identify and satisfy other important social goods that the business interest either does not or would not meet. And so I guess my first question, and I'm going to lump a couple together before turning it over, is libertarianism, as Alan Wolf suggested, incapable of pragmatism? Or is libertarianism susceptible to some degree of pragmatism? And secondly, is pragmatism enough? Again, another comment Alan made was that libertarians tend to focus on times of crisis and emergency rather than daily life. And there are crises afoot. I think the situation that California is facing with its water shortage is going to actually require a change of lifestyles. And that's a lot to ask of the American people. I think they're very deeply resistant to this. Certainly in the magisterium of John Paul II, who consistently in his social encyclicals called for a conversion of lifestyle. That was one of the parts that George Weigel and Richard John Neuhaus always left out of those social encyclicals. But those calls were there. And so my question is, could liberalism or libertarianism stand up to this kind of crisis? This morning, Professor Ryan talked about the certain thinness as regards to the public good in a Rawlsian understanding of liberalism. And Megan mentioned in her talk just now that Catholic social teaching can help liberalism build up its understanding of public good. So those are my questions. Is libertarianism capable of pragmatism? And secondly, is pragmatism going to be enough to deal with some of the crises that we're facing? Steve, why don't you? We'll start on the left. I'm a liberal. We'll always start on the left and come to the right.
All right, so the two questions are, is libertarianism incapable of pragmatism? And the second question, are either libertarianism or liberalism able to stand up to dramatic crises that, would challenge humankind to change its fundamentals of its lifestyle? Let me deal with the first one. I suppose the answer to the first one is pretty easy in a sense. On the other hand, it's kind of been the question that's been begged all day, and that is, what exactly do we mean by libertarianism? If by libertarianism, we mean the doctrinaire ideologies of people like Murray Rothbard and Ayn Rand and so on and so forth, yes, it's incapable of pragmatism. I think that by the very nature, those very explicit and rigorous systems of thought are fundamentally oriented around theory rather than practice, and the gulf between theory and practice is such that I don't think that it can easily be crossed. And so, if that's what we mean by libertarianism, then it's incapable of the kind of pragmatism, or I actually prefer the word prudence, that we were considering here. On the other hand, and here I want to nod in the direction of Professor Bain, there are a number of interesting libertarian ideas that can be employed, kind of teased out from the fabric of doctrinaire libertarianism, but ideas of libertarianism that could be employed by liberal society in response to any number of pragmatic concerns. And I see, in that regard, a number of interesting ideas in libertarianism that could usefully be applied in a pragmatic way to all sorts of problems, many of which Professor Bain identified. Your second question is always a tough one, and essentially we could just kind of replace libertarianism or liberalism here with democracies. Are democracies capable of exerting the kind of transformation of lifestyles that that crises, dramatic crises, would seem to demand, such as perhaps not sure that it actually rises to that level, but such as we see in California and its water restrictions. And this has, over the years, been a very difficult thing for democratic theorists to resolve. And ultimately, I don't think that it can. I think that there's something about the nature of open society and democratic government that that militates against the kind of transformations that really profound existential crises affecting the whole Commonwealth, would demand. Unfortunately, I'm ultimately, a Democrat all the way down, but I recognize that that is one of the major difficulties that democracies have to face.
So this is one place where being the daughter of an economist comes in handy and also is dangerous. I should qualify that by saying a post-Keynesian, non-mainstream economist. The problem with the first question and libertarianism is, even in all of these instantiations, every person I've ever encountered where libertarianism is what they self-identify, I never see it as separated from a very strong economic libertarianism. And there's no real way out of the fact that in 2008, Alan Greenspan sat in front of Congress and had to admit that the financial crisis that happened simply wasn't possible in his worldview. It simply wasn't possible, and he didn't know what to do with that. It isn't that no one saw this coming. I live in a world with plenty of people who saw this coming, but when you have an ideology that even as we're teetering and a crisis happens, it's only under duress and cross-examination that you finally admit that there's a gaping hole of reality in the worldview you're using to organize social, political, and economic life, leads me to say that I do think it's incapable of pragmatism. A smaller version is wage theft. A key part of economic libertarianism is regulation is bad. We don't need the government to enforce economics at all. The market will take care of it. Competition will take care of it. And yet wage theft is a persistent, insidious, national, I mean, it's a global problem, but a national problem right now. It's part of most when you look at the common good in terms of what more than the minimum wage, what would add right now the most amount of money into the pockets of workers. And every time we talk about wage theft, and community organizers and Catholic Campaign for Human Development are very active on this right now in New York. We talk about it in class, and you look at the fact that even my most libertarian students will say, this is wrong. Yet what good is it to say this is wrong if you can't get to a place in which anything can be done about it? Part of why I think it can't is because, and this is even in terms of the democracy, liberalism by itself question, where do we see the people that don't have power? Where do they get a seat at the table? And if all we're talking about is pragmatism and all we're talking about is that, then part of the problem with climate change is that it's not just about California. It's about the tiny island nations that are going to be underwater and the hundreds of thousands of people that will simply either die or have to be relocated, in addition to the question of how is California using water. But if you look, there is no power in Micronesia. So how do they get, right? And that's where I think Catholic social thought can help make this a more human society, with a focus on the preferential option for the poor and the fact that those voices need to be at the table. But I think the problem isn't just kind of the collective, because I think in certain sense that's what the New Deal was kind of a democratic societies dealing with a nationwide crisis. I think whether or not I believe that could happen again in the world we live in now is where I'm less hopeful. But I think part of the problem is in a global society, where do those who don't have a seat at the table get accounted for at all? And I don't think pragmatism ever gets them counted.
So I'll defer to my colleagues on whether libertarianism is incapable of pragmatism, but I will note that I hope and believe that at least some libertarians are capable of pragmatism. I think we'll see Rand Paul being pragmatic as he runs for president. The question about pragmatism being enough is a kind of interesting one, and for those of us who, if I think of myself basically as a pragmatist, it's a kind of hard one, because we ask ourselves, kind of judge things as to whether they work, but then you have to say, well, like work to do what? And the most common answer, at least among the, kind of the circles that I run in, which are a lot of economists and policy analysts and blah, 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 is either a kind of pretty crass utilitarian, kind of whatever increases the GDP or, increases the GDP while decreasing the Gini coefficient, or other things that you can measure, kind of whatever raises test scores the most or kind of whatever increases life expectancy the most. And the more you expand out the definition, the better off you are. But it hardly ever gets you to the well-being of future generations. So I think the question of works to do what requires kind of some sort of a foundation. And to some extent, Catholic social teaching, I think, provides that.
One of my notes was several times today we've heard, well, what works best? And work is doing a lot of work in that sentence.
Yeah, for sure.
One question before I turn it over to Professor Bain. In talking, because this is exactly for me where the kind of question that I think gets to this issue of can libertarianism become self-critical to a degree. In your discussions on educational policy, stipulating that we have this crime, which is inner city education in this country, and it's been now at least 2-3 generations. And the need for choice, that language makes me very terrified. And the reason it does is when we start talking about competition as a necessary tool in our policy toolbox, competition and markets assume a winner and a loser, which is fine when you're talking about the distribution of goods and services, but when you're talking about children, I am constitutionally and ethically unwilling to accept a system that assumes there's going to be losers. And so my question is there a way to introduce pluralism and choice that actually doesn't introduce competition? Is there a different framework being discussed in the educational model that recognizes cooperation, that says, yeah, it turns out Catholic schools may be a little bit better at doing X and public schools are better at doing Y, and how do we divide the labor?
Sure is the answer to that question. You know, there are models that you know, kind of try to take the best from various worlds. You know, you kind of think about public education, though, and the question is compared to what? Compared to the ideal system that you and I might devise, you know, maybe choice wouldn't be the best thing, but we've got a system, and again, Alan referred to this morning, middle class and well-off parents have a lot of choice. And they make their choices by moving out of Dorchester and into Weston or Wellesley. And they buy good schools for their kids. And, you know, so they have that choice. So, but there are a lot of folks who can't move out of Dorchester and Roxbury. Don't they deserve to have some choices too? And I think what at least some good school systems are trying to do is say, well, you know, kids learn different ways, parents have different ways they want their kids educated. Let's see if we can, and teachers have some good ideas about how to run their own schools. It doesn't have to be all the same. So let's see if we can experiment with some models where people can do it. Now, I think it's really important to regulate, frankly, in a lot of important ways. No, you cannot, if you're a public school system, no, you cannot charge parents more than kind of what everybody else is spending, though, of course, suburban school systems do. You know, no, you cannot refuse to accept a child in your school because of X, Y, and Z. If you're over-applied, you have to do lotteries. There are a lot of things you can do to make it fair, but I think there are ways to structure it in such a way that it can be a good thing.
Reminded the old saying that the rich and the poor alike are both equally free to go to the dumpster for their dinner. Okay, with that, let's open the floor to some questions. I'm not sure, does someone have the mic? The mic is there. Question over here.
I've had a problem today with the concentration on property, whether it's Locke or libertarians. It seems that in the first treatise, Locke does talk about our bodies being God's property, but in the second treatise, he just talks about owning our own property, and then that's the foundation for adding our labor to the potentialities of nature, making it our property. But then in that chapter, the loophole section where you move from barter to money, then the whole whatever might be the scholastic dimension of liberalism just falls out of place, because as the rational and industrious are allowed to accumulate without limit, and the lazy and indolent are lost, and that plays out into the differential rights of Locke. And this makes me bring up a theme that was tangential, or at least mentioned in Alan Ryan's talk, namely that there's a social dividend having to do with the process of production, and especially when you have innovations leading to new plants, equipment, and so forth and so on, so that you have an anti-egalitarian flow of monies to that surplus circuit, the producer goods circuit. But if you have profit as a criterion, which is an extension of both the liberal and the libertarian way of thinking about property, you can never take into account in an adequate way a social dividend, which was the point of the talk about the Catholic social teaching about the common good. So I wonder if anyone wants to address that.
Well, I'm a Jacobite, so I'll turn all questions about Locke to the panel. Steve, do you want to start?
Thank you for the question. Actually, that's kind of gets to the heart of what Megan and I were talking about in this regard. I have to say, I actually prefer, the traditional, Thomistic account of property that sees property utterly in terms of stewardship, such that, this cup is never really mine. It's always God, and I hold it in trust and need to use it in accordance with providence and the universal destination of all goods. I much prefer the, that way of thinking about these things. On the other hand, I think it's probably a mistake to imagine that the loophole in Locke's second treatise of government, the so-called money or gold loophole, which Locke's argument there is that, in fact, since nobody actually needs gold, quote unquote, therefore, the accumulation of gold is somehow not subject to the natural limits on property as opposed to food and shelter and all of the other things. Two things there. First of all, I don't think that Locke, that loophole actually undermines the natural limits on property in the first place. And then secondly, Locke, of course, is not really backtracking from what the argument that he makes in the first treatise. And so that gold that I hold is ultimately gold accumulated with labor, the power for which ultimately came from God. And so it's more gyrations, obviously, but, I can see a way of, I prefer the sort of straight scholastic approach to this, but I can certainly see a way of arguing against, say, C.B. McPherson's understanding of Locke as advocating just a sort of a possessive individualism with an absolute right to property, based on those connections. That would be my take.
I think part of the problem is using Locke to talk about 21st century global financial capitalism. I mean, I think our understanding of property has so shifted. And I think that this is why I think of the three of us, in some ways are the most, no, you cannot work within what it is that libertarianism wants to uphold. And part of that is because it's using 18th century constructions to talk about a world in which that's not, I think kind of Locke's gold loophole, while on the one hand I do think it kind of shows us kind of the inability to self-critique your own behavior, I think it also shows we're shifting, right? It's from a land-based agrarian understanding of property and of the economy to a developing, industrial capitalism that then at this point, so Locke's not going to get us to say an example of gold as within a context of wealth capture, which is, I think, the conversation we need to be having now about the financial system and property, is wealth capture rather than wealth creation or distribution. And he can't get us there because his economic system didn't have any analogs for him to be useful. And so I think the far more useful thing is to recognize that he's a transition figure in some respects when we're talking about property, and realize that property now doesn't mean what Locke would have envisioned it. So I don't know if that answers Fred's question, but that's where I would go with it.
If I could just add too, I certainly am no great fan of John Locke. I'm in fact making this argument about John Locke specifically in response to the libertarians' very frequent citation of John Locke as the basis, the provenance of their own thinking.
Well, just to add briefly one point on that, I agree very much with what Megan just said. The agricultural model of what we're talking about with property is just not adequate to where we are. But there's an interesting development in Catholic social thought, in the thought of John Paul II, where he wants to say it's not just land and natural resources that have a universal destination for the service of everybody. But he says, guess what? Your talents and your knowledge do too. In other words, the capacity that each person has a destination to be serving the common good. So that goes back to the point about the fact that in a certain way we don't own ourselves. And Michael Sandel makes a big point about this in his critique of John Rawls, that when Rawls makes the argument that natural talents that are gotten through what he calls the natural lottery should be regarded as a common possession of humanity, Sandel says, well, that's very good. I agree with Rawls on that, but you're not going to get that starting from Enlightenment self-interest as the guide of your philosophy. He says you got to start from some sense of mutual interdependence and solidarity to begin with. And that's where I think we really need to go, is when we see ourselves so deeply interdependent on each other, whether it's on water in California or on the island we live on in the Pacific, or in a society that's vulnerable to real estate market collapses, or all these interdependencies are all about the way in which we're bound together. And if we don't start from there, we won't get there. And that's about what Professor Ryan says about, you can't get there if you start from here. If you start from this notion of an individual self-interested starting point, you're not going to get to dealing with the problems that we face today, I think. And that's the big challenge to the libertarians, it seems to me.
This poor kid.
I mean, I hope I'm not hogging the conversation. I think there are just two things I'd want to put in as footnotes. One is that there's a great deal in the Lockean story which says the person to think about is the person at the bottom of the pile. I mean, the argument is an unfortunate one because it works very badly for the interests of Native Americans. But the whole Lockean tale depends on the idea that the day laborer lives, lodges, and is clothed better than a king of a large and populous country in inland America. So it's very much a story that says the payoff to the worst off is what you look at. And that's why it's not a Macpherson. I mean, Macpherson is, since I started all this stuff 50 years ago, I'm not going to go on. But Macpherson's story is just manifestly wrong about Locke. And the quarrelsome and the contentious aren't the lower classes, as Macpherson thought. They're actually the favorites of Charles II and aristocrats. And there were Americans in the 18th century who used Locke's argument, which was against aristocrats hunting over undeveloped land, as an argument, I'm afraid, against Indians hunting over their own territories. Because it cut both ways. If it cut against the Indians, it cut against English aristocrats, and it cut against the upper classes going hunting, as opposed to small industrious farmers. So the whole Lockean obsession with work, showing that you deserved what you were doing, it's very un-Nozikian, it's very un-libertarian, and it's got a lot of proto-Rawls in it. Mm-hmm. Which is an antiquarian point in its own right, but as it were, ad hominem against the libertarians, it seems to me, is worth having in one's pocket. The other thought, and this is one which I have no idea what to do with, but it seems to me it's obviously true that something like Catholic social theory, drawing on the resources of natural law, has just got far more apparatus with which to say things positively in favor of private property of a certain kind, and negatively against private property used for antisocial speculative purposes. And I say delicately as an outsider and a disbeliever that the trouble is it depends upon the credibility of a natural law theory which in turn appears to depend, at least for some people, on the credibility of a particular picture of the creation of the universe. And I think it's, I think one of the interesting things is how many of the resources of all that you can actually have without having to go all the way down the track. And Charles Taylor occasionally reveals, the bits he doesn't reveal when talking to Habermas and talking to liberals like myself, and he says, and he actually says it in print, and I forget where, Sources of the Self, I think there's about one line, where he says, liberalism and its dilemmas, he thinks, is a kind of providential fact. That, so to speak, we've been set adrift, given this much resource to think about how to run society, and it's a kind of task, and who knows where it'll turn out. But if you're a Catholic, you can see it like that. If you're a secular liberal, of course, you can't. Secular liberal, in a sense, you're stuck with Dewey, pragmatism, Dick Rorty, and saying, we're one more species doing its best. And I'm utterly convinced that you can't do the whole thing on freeholds. It just seems to me crazy to think you can actually do that. What worries me much more is how you get the communitarian side that you get in Deweyan liberalism, you get in Dick Rorty, how you keep it going for good-natured secular liberals who clearly know they need it, but at the same time, like me, pretty anxious about what you generate it out of. And I have one thing to say to Mary J. Bain. It's absolutely true. I know lots of people who are very, very happily working in government. I absolutely do. What I really mean is academics who think they can go and tell people like Bill Bradley how to run for president, they get done in. I've supervised Gary Hart's PhD thesis in Oxford. I should have supervised Bill Clinton, but he was in Moscow ending the Vietnam War, so I couldn't. I embarrassed him hugely by telling this story when he came to open the American Institute. So it's not as though I don't know people who like it. It's just that it's academics who think they can go and tell them how to do it who get into trouble. That's it. I will now shut up.
Can I ask a question back to your question? And I'm wondering the extent to which Amartya Sen and his kind of conceptions of freedoms and capabilities to some extent can help with the foundation of the same kinds of things that Catholic social teaching is getting at.
I think not. I think this is I think two things simultaneously. I think if you can get it to work, then I think, as a matter of fact, citizens of a society in which they feel, this is Martha Nussbaum to some extent, and political emotions, societies in which you feel valued are societies in which you, in turn, will value it, and then we're off. Because you can get solidarity, you can get people feeling that, these aren't sacrifices, these are genuinely just contributions they're happy to make, and it'll hold together. What I don't see is how, if you've run out on that story, and you don't have enough of the citizenry feeling Martha Nussbaum-like sort of generalized love for their fellow citizens, how you actually crank it up, because you can't turn around and say, but look, it's there. And I think people like Dewey have that sort of problem too. When someone said to Dewey, are you an optimist or a pessimist? And he says, I'm a tremendous optimist about things in general and a complete pessimist about everything in particular. And I think that's what's unstable, is because you can't get from that to that. Which is why I chronically sound anxious about all this.
I want to bring in Megan here, who actually, if you don't know, Megan has a new book out on Catholic social teaching and solidarity and human rights that has a deep and thorough engagement with Amartya Sen.
Well, I think the bigger problem isn't, I think the bigger problem is how do you do it where you have equality of persons? So Taylor notes that we have an era in which human rights are the language that are acceptable and work in terms of, they do a lot of work in terms of global politics and ethics up and down. But without some sense of equality of persons and solidarity, it becomes a matter of asserting your superiority. Look how good I am as I kind of help bring human rights to the world. And that kind of extending who I should care about gets harder and harder if you don't. The reason I think Sen gets farther than perhaps you do is because I think if you look at the work of the UNDP, you look at the work of the Multidimensional Poverty Index and the Institute at Oxford, you look at the now comprehensive poverty multidimensional measures that are going, as they're taking off in Latin American countries in particular, in addition to the UN, and you look at where we've come in terms of broadening this sense of starting with human rights and a much bigger understanding, then I think John the 23rd's assertion in Pacem Terris that he can engage all people of goodwill doesn't quite seem as naive as he's often accused of. And those overlaps of having those conversations without believing in the creator and the image and likeness of God get easier. But I'm much more hopeful precisely because we talk about pragmatism, we've seen massive improvement and the kind of a shift in how we define human development. I think the fact that a right to development in 1986 gets accepted and added to the canon of human rights, something that is a social and community right, it's not an individual right, I think is where I would go. That I think actually there's a lot more on the side of hope. I think in some ways it's harder to have hope about the American context than it is about the global context.
Did you want in, Steve?
Just really briefly, for the libertarians, dependency is viewed as slavery. And so the ideal that they have is that each of us as an individual should be self-sufficient, autonomous, independent in the strongest sense. And anything that compromises that is any dependency on others, is viewed as slavery. And so they look at the welfare system and they say, well, you know, we're creating a class that's dependent. In other words, we're creating a slave class through welfare. I think, in other words, the way to respond to all of that is to emphasize the fundamental interdependency of all humankind, whether we look at ecological crisis, or if you wouldn't mind, I actually think that Charles Taylor is really good on this, you know, in his emphasis on things like language and culture and tradition and community. What he's stressing is the interdependency of human life, and in recognizing that interdependency, you know, I think that we have, you know, something of a response there that doesn't rely on you know, Catholic, you know, metaphysical arguments.
Okay, we're running out of time, and I just want to say one last thing and invoke the convener's prerogative. Mary Jo spoke about not having binary judgments about markets and government, bad markets, good government, and vice versa. One of the most, and maybe this will be next year's Dean's Colloquium, one of the most overlooked parts of Caritas in Veritate, Benedict XVI's last encyclical, was the call to move beyond these kind of binary choices. And I don't know what is that next thing. I mean, I think what we know as the modern welfare state, certainly in Christians, was an attempt to ameliorate both of those. And it has to, I don't know if there's some fusion of the two and the insights of the both that can produce something new. But that's something for all of us to take away and think, as if we have not all had enough wonderful things to think about today. And so if you'll join me in thanking this panel, wonderful panel for really great presentations.
Well, I told you the first thing this morning that there was going to be considerable intellectual firepower, and I think I made good on my promise to you. So thank you all very much for coming. I'm very excited about today. Every year, I'm sorry, I'm Mark Massa. I'm the Dean of the STM, and when I came to Boston College, I started something called the Dean's Colloquium on Religion and Public Culture, and we've done a number of them, and this one is I'm especially interested and excited about. Usually the Dean's Colloquia are full of intellectual firepower, and today will be one especially full of intellectual firepower. So thank you. Before we start, I just want to do some thank yous. Many folks made today happen, and I want to publicly thank, in your name, Terry Lima, Maura Kaliri, Kristen Patterson, Melinda Townsend, and Jane Regan. So why don't we give them a round of applause, please? Today was a brainchild that started last June in Washington, D.C., in the headquarters of Bread for the World. It was the brainchild of a bunch of very smart people where there was a previous conference on libertarianism. And it was over lunch, and I was talking to Michael Sean Winters and Steve Schneck. And when I came back here, I talked to Alan Wolf and Kathy Cavaney. And the four of them kind of like, it's our conversations, as often happens in these kind of events. It's the result of conversations that develop over time. So I want to publicly acknowledge the four of you and thank you for sort of putting the idea in my head about today. And that you were the folks who sort of came up with the names for the various panelists. So thank you. I have the distinct honor of introducing our first speaker this morning. Alan Ryan has a very long list of impressive academic titles and honors that he has accrued. He has been warden of New College, Oxford, which I think is the college actually with the most beautiful chapel at Oxford. He's the director of the Rothermere American Institute. He's been lecturer in moral philosophy and politics, and a great title, a reader in politics ad hominem. I want to find out what that is. Actually, I've never seen anything quite like that. Not least of the impressive list of honors is the fact that he was elected as a fellow of the British Academy in 1986, which is a very big deal indeed. He is currently professor of politics at Princeton University, and this year he is the William H. Bonsall Visiting Professor at Stanford University. Professor Ryan's scholarship has set the benchmark for lucid and insightful commentary on thinkers from Aristotle, Machiavelli, and Alexis de Tocqueville to John Stuart Mill, John Dewey, and Bertrand Russell, on all of whom he has written very interesting and important books. Professor Ryan's 1998 book entitled Liberal Anxieties and Liberal Education set off interesting conversations and debates everywhere, including here at Boston College. His 2012 book entitled On Politics was hailed on both sides of the Atlantic as a landmark study and now provides a clear and engaging starting point for informed political debate on political philosophy. His recent collection of essays entitled The Making of Modern Liberalism was named by Choice magazine as one of the outstanding books of 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, it does me great honor in Boston College to introduce to you Professor Alan Ryan.
It's very nice to be praised in this fashion, and I'm very grateful to Mark Massa for inviting me. But I have to start with a confession, which is that the line I am about to take simply contradicts the title of the colloquium. Since what I'm about to say is that libertarianism is a form of liberalism, and it's a form that gets rather close to anarchism, and indeed I think a coherent form of libertarianism is a form of anarchism. But apart from starting apologetically, what I'm going to do, just to sketch the outline and then I'll get on with it, I don't have anything to say about the bearing of libertarianism on Catholicism, partly because I know very little about current debates inside the Catholic Church, and although I have been gazing in a slightly appalled way at things like the Indiana restoration of religious freedom legislation and so on, I have no really strong views on it because, roughly speaking, being appalled is about as far as I get. I mention only in passing the importance of religion in the work of one of the founding fathers of the libertarian tradition, according to libertarians themselves, namely John Locke. But I do it for a purpose, and that is that if you try to build your politics entirely on a theory about what rights individuals have, you are likely to find yourself very short of a theory of the good, a theory of what people ought to do with the rights they have, and so on down the line, point made by that liberal L.T. Hobhouse a very long time ago, and a point deliberately ignored by John Rawls some 40 years ago. So even these glancing remarks about the importance of a religious background in the work of someone like Locke has a certain amount of contemporary resonance, but I don't really pull it out. What I'm about to do is very arm's length. That's I don't get into fights particularly. I do have strong views about large numbers of issues, but nobody needs to know them, though I'm prepared to defend them if anybody wants them. The one thing I ought to say by way of warning to an American audience is that I shall sometimes sound rather disobliging. And I will sound as though I have been ingesting Louis Hartz's liberal tradition in America too uncritically, because I will often sound as though I'm saying that Americans mislabel both liberalism and conservatism as though I'm claiming, so to speak, copyright for the English or European understanding of those terms. The answer is I'm not. That I would sound disobliging to an English audience because I would insist on reminding them that what Americans called liberalism and conservatism was very different from what they called liberalism and conservatism. But it's merely that I wish to make absolutely clear that this kind of transatlantic malentendu, or the old joke about two peoples separated by a common language, that the common terminology disguises enormous differences, and one really has to remember it. The other morning, David Boas, who runs the Cato Institute and has recently written a book on the libertarian mind, was talking about his views on NPR and said that, among other people, one of the founders of libertarianism was John Stuart Mill. This is totally and absolutely, comprehensively and conclusively false. Among the things to which Mill was deeply committed was the view that property rights could be tinkered with by a rational liberal society to any length that seemed good in the light of their values, and the notion that individuals could stand pat on ownership rights was one that Mill never gave house room to. So occasionally, but strictly on historical grounds, I stamp my little feet, but that's about as far as it goes. So this is, and I'm going to try to shut up after 45 minutes, no longer, in fact less than 45 minutes, in order that people can get their retaliation in without having to wait. This is a philosopher's piece, or a political theorist's take on the topic. I am myself a political junkie. Let's say, unless I get my morning fix of the news, I twitch for the rest of the day. I have strong views about contemporary politics, mostly rather appalled, but I take my brief here to be analysis and a bit of intellectual history rather than a diatribe against the Koch brothers, who are, after all, the financiers of the Libertarian Party in the past and who keep the Cato Institute going in the present. It's an interesting fact about libertarianism is that libertarian intellectuals have always been the pensioners of rich men. Spencer and Carnegie starts a long and honorable, well, a long tradition. How well would these people stand on their own feet in a good libertarian fashion if they had to go and earn their living? Well, never mind. I will end with a very few remarks on my own behalf about the difficulty of giving a rational analysis of property rights that makes them serious enough but not entrenched in a theory of natural rights, and a little bit about the awkwardness of anything you could really call libertarian politics. And I'll just explain why at the end. I think the analysis of property rights is the crucial point in the whole exercise, for reasons I will get to in due course. So I begin with a very simple typology. This is one that everybody, I think, knows off by heart. Then I get on to the underpinnings of the views represented in the typology, then say a bit about the concept of property, which is crucial to the whole exercise. I skirt round the relationship between libertarianism and contemporary conservatism for reasons of a slightly Louis Hartzian kind, and you'll see why in a moment. When David Boaz runs up the flag for the proposition that libertarianism is economically conservative and socially liberal, I think that's not exactly right, but it is certainly what people think it is. And it's quite important to see that that's a sort of political slogan, not really a piece of intellectual argument. You can be economically conservative and socially liberal, but libertarianism isn't, in principle, because it is much too enthusiastic for what Schumpeter called gales of creative destruction to really be economically conservative. A proper economic conservative would set a very high value on stability. You could, I think, believe in feudalism and same-sex marriage, but it would be a stretch. I mean, who knows what went on in 14th century southern France, but anyway. My doctrine, and this is why I say I'm being disobliging to Dean Massa and the program title, my view is that libertarianism, properly speaking, is ultra-liberal, both ends. And one just has to grip one's teeth. The typology is this. Whether you think there should be more or less, ranging from complete to none, social and political regulation of the economy on the one hand, and our sexual, cultural, intellectual, religious lives on the other. This is the question, really, how much authority does society and its representative, the state, have in the marketplace on the one side and in the library and the bedroom on the other? Standard question. Plato's Republic, of course, says complete to both. Stalin's Russia tries to put it into practice without the benefit of Plato, but nonetheless, the notion of complete control in all spheres of life is that. None on both fronts would be Emma Goldman's anarchism, which nobody has ever tried to put into practice, as she discovered when she was deported to the Soviet Union, got disgusted and left. So, typologies. Real conservatism. When I say real conservatism, this is Louis Hart's. The old-fashioned European kind says as much as necessary both sides of the question. This leaves large but not unanswered questions about necessary to achieve what, and about what instruments of discipline and coercion we have in mind. That's to say, no conservative thinks that we should have police stationed at the bedroom door, but they do certainly believe in a good deal of social pressure to get people to adopt one preferred picture of their social, sexual, cultural, literary existences. American self-described conservatism is, on this view, a coalition of disparate commitments, which I think is right. Today says no to the first, i.e. as little regulation as possible in the economy, a lot in the second, i.e. a lot of social, if necessary, legal, other forms of regulation in sexual, social, cultural existence. There's much to be said about the awkwardness of being a conservative in America, because American conservatives wish to conserve what is an essentially liberal political, social, legal establishment. I mean, in effect, an American conservative is an 1890s liberal. This is not true of European conservatives who are nostalgic for the world before the French Revolution and the English Reform Bill of 1832. There are real differences. I'm not going to say much about conservatives until the very, very end, and then only a couple of sentences. Liberalism, and here again, same point. Here I mean what is called liberalism in the United States, and this is the worldview of John Rawls and a theory of justice, not the worldview of John Stuart Mill. That picture answers the two questions with as much as is necessary by way of regulation in the market and the economy, but puts a near absolute barrier to coercive interference in matters of conscience and lifestyle. In effect, it lets the state into the market, but puts up very high barriers to the intervention of the state in the library and the bedroom. I note now that it is important not to think that markets could actually function in the absence of a state. Libertarians are deeply committed to thinking they can, but at anything other than the level of barter in a village, they can't. I mean, the notion that a contract for the supply of wireless services from Verizon could operate without an enormous legal, political apparatus to prop it all up is, I think, pure fantasy. And one just has to watch not to get taken in by the analogy of the village marketplace to the workings of a modern economy. So I want to put a set of scare quotes around the notion of intervening, because to my eye, the modern economy, the modern market, is actually a creature of the modern political system. But intervening will have to do for the moment, because that's what everybody else says, and one can't change people's verbal habits instantaneously. The pure version of the no intervention is somebody like Murray Rothbard, who, of course, deeply, deeply detested the whole idea of the state and spent much of his life elaborating a story about anarcho-capitalism, which did suppose that one could manage without a state. But there's a lot of quasi-state apparatus gets produced in the process, roughly speaking, hiring the mafia to help you. And so getting rid of the state, even if you're an anarcho-capitalist, may actually turn out to be a much harder operation than you might think. Libertarianism. In this context, I mean the views of people like Nozick, Rothbard, and a few others. But I don't entirely mean Hayek, who nonetheless is one of their patron saints. Hayek, I think, is a 19th century liberal, and it is rather different. The pure libertarian doctrine says no interference in either realm. Whatever anyone chooses to do with their lives and their stuff. Stuff is David Boaz's typically elegant shorthand for anything you have property rights in, viz. Yourself, external objects, anything of value. They can only be regulated to prevent them interfering with the freedom of others to do what they choose with their lives and their stuff. Polemically, self-described libertarians invoke Hayek continuously, but Hayek, I think, was much too keen on the notion that you needed a lot of cultural pressure in order that you would have a citizenry who could actually function in the kind of 19th century classical liberal context that he has in mind. So I think one has to watch, one has to look out for some sort of story about how you actually get the participants in a libertarian economic structure in order to see how far down the libertarianism goes. Hayek is not a natural ally of 1960s do your own thing, whereas Robert Nozick's Anarchy, State and Utopia really is very much a product of precisely that. So, what do I want to try to persuade you of? Liberalism in 21st century America, that's say what that great intellectual George Herbert Walker Bush called the L word and accused them of going on about the vision thing. Did you ever hear the story of the time he wanted a quotation from Thucydides? Young man was one of his speechwriters and had this line about Thucydides and the Melian dialogue and was going to take Bush through it. Time runs out. Bush just seizes, reads this, gets to the point at which Thucydides appears. As the Greek historian as a Greek historian said, young man thinks, there goes my job. Bush finishes, comes back and says, hey, got any more quotes from that Greek? Never too late to get an education. American liberalism is a very diluted form of what could plausibly be called non-Marxian social democracy. It's the new liberalism of the turn of the 19th, 20th centuries. It's the liberalism of Herbert Crowley and John Dewey. It has English counterparts in people like T.H. Green and L.T. Hobhouse. And it is explicitly opposed by the people who produced this in the teens and 20s of the last century to the old liberalism of the 19th century. The old liberalism of the 19th century was what Herbert Hoover espoused, and it's what Hoover described as rugged individualism, deeply laissez-faire. Hoover got very, very grumpy about being described as a conservative, and not until 1945 did he finally give in and agree that it was too late to persuade people to realize that what he really was a liberal. Hayek actually did much the same thing. I mean, Hayek used to lose his temper with people who thought he was a conservative, said firmly he was just a liberal. Old-fashioned laissez-faire individualism is precisely what new liberalism doesn't subscribe to. It, of course, is interventionist, economically non-interventionist, socially. So obviously the large question is, what are the underpinnings of the vision of legitimate authority and so on that sustains these pictures? Dogmatically, for those of you who've been dragged through elementary political theory, I do apologize. This really is, as it were, week one of Paul Foot 101. But it's a way of getting a grip, and given that public discussion tends to be a jumble on this kind of thing, it's not a bad idea to do some very simple carving up. So dogmatically, we can divide the underpinnings into rights-based, consequentialist, and personality-based. One thing to see is that all these take rights seriously. I mean, since political debate is full of people accusing the other side of trampling on people's rights, not taking them seriously, first thing to see is that everybody takes rights seriously. What they have, of course, is very different views about what rights we've got, very different views about what rights rest on, and very different views about how absolute these rights are. And that's where the beginnings of wisdom really come in, because one takes it to bits. You might say that they all take personality seriously, in the sense that the kind of consequences anybody argues about these days are about consequences for individuals, and they are about what kind of lives people can lead and what kind of people they can plausibly be expected to turn into. But of course, the apparatus is going to be different. So when I say they will take rights seriously, what I mean is that a rock-ribbed utilitarian like Jeremy Bentham, who said memorably that natural rights were nonsense, and that natural and imprescriptible rights, rhetorical nonsense, elevated nonsense, nonsense going on stilts. Bentham nonetheless thought that the whole point of government was, so to speak, to lay down what rights people had, to enforce them, which was the process he called as rearing the fabric of felicity, i.e., getting the rights right in order to achieve maximum welfare of the whole population. No natural rights, conventional rights, rights created by political, legal activity, having rights absolutely essential to prosperity, to security, to human happiness, but not the gifts of nature. So a quick sketch, which is a bit parodic, but there we are, goes like this. Some modern theories of liberalism, and I think Rawls's in particular, try to work with the thinnest possible conception of human nature, because they take the priority of the right, i.e. rules about justice, rules about the enforcement of rights, over the good, i.e. the achieving of a good life, absolutely seriously. I think it's impossible, this is me as opposed to received doctrine, I think it's impossible not to make quite a lot of assumptions about human nature when developing a theory of rights. And I offer you as an instance the way in which Rawls has to plug into human nature a very high degree of risk aversion in order to show to his own satisfaction, though nobody else's, that we would not, in the so-called veil of, behind the so-called veil of ignorance, sign up for a system that permitted slavery. The reason being, we would think the downside risk of being a slave, just too great to justify whatever the pleasures might be of being a slave owner. I think that once you let in any story about human nature, you might just as well go the whole hog, reveal your assumptions, and say a lot about human nature. But Rawls certainly doesn't. Consequentialist views make rights part of an indirect strategy to maximize the good. And the question is, what's the good and what rights are we up to? There's a substantial literature generated mostly by Bernard Williams, attacking what is known in the trade as government house utilitarianism. Government house utilitarianism presents the picture of intellectuals as if they are the colonial authority. The ordinary, uneducated citizenry, the mass, the mob, as being reasonably gullible. So we, the intellectuals, understand that rights are simply a device to achieve the good. They, the mass, think rights are really, really, really rights, that they go all the way down, they're rooted in nature, that they're deep. That rights are, as Ronnie Dworkin called them, trumps. Stand on your rights, and you're standing on something absolutely stable. I have doubts about the extent to which anybody really is a government house utilitarian, which is to say someone who is happy with the idea that the citizens at large should believe what is false about the standing of rights, and the intellectuals and their government lackeys should believe what is true. I think actually the citizens at large are perfectly capable of taking a view about rights that makes them near but not absolute, i.e., that to call something a right is to say that you need more than a narrow calculation of benefit to tinker with it, but not that an individual can stand on the rights to the obvious and great detriment of the rest of society. So I'm not as bothered by government house utilitarianism as all that. What a lot of people are, and this is something which is worth watching, what they are is, and moreover, consequentialists. An indirect theorist of rights says the real argument is utilitarian, rights are a useful device. The and moreover consequentialist says there really, really are rights, quasi-natural rights, somehow built into the universe, and moreover, if you acknowledge them, then things go well. This is David Boaz explaining that the poorest person in America now does better than the Vanderbilts. This apparently is because the Vanderbilts did not have running water in the first houses they built, whereas poor people in America have access to running water. I think that was the worst argument he produced in 35 minutes. Anyway, it's not entirely persuasive. What you find, I think, is, of course, that many, many people on the libertarian side really run a negative line about rights, which is to say that unless you treat them as deep, there is no stopping place before the road to serfdom. Recent book by an old student of mine, John Tomasi, called Free Market Fairness, that essentially works on the Hayekian theory, which is not so much that there are deep property rights, but rather if you bolt them in the right way, then you get the right kind of social outcome. It becomes something closer to a utilitarian argument, but it hovers on the edge of saying, yes, they are natural rights, and they have good consequences, and saying, and anyway, even if they aren't natural rights, treating them as if they are has good consequences. It's all over the literature, and unsurprisingly, because it's not a bad argument. There's a very large question about what consequences liberals want. I am myself heretical on this, because my view is that the consequence liberals want is to produce a society in which as many people as possible are conscientiously signed up for some version of the liberal creed circa John Stuart Mill. I mean, I have fairly unflinching views about this. This is at odds partly with the view known in the trade as a result of John Rawls as political liberalism, which says that what liberalism is essentially a story about how people with very, very different views can live together in harmony and mutual respect. I think the answer to that question is, if you want that, you've actually got to try to persuade people to sign up for a liberal vision of the world. In that respect, I'm on the side of people like Martha Nussbaum, who want to fill out the Rawlsian story. The pure Rawlsian story says people can believe just exactly what they like, so long as they respect this limited range of political prohibitions and guarantees. And I think that's an unstable outcome, because unless people have some really fierce commitments behind their acceptance, I think it doesn't stick. So what sorts of rights theories are there, and so on? The interesting thing about libertarianism, on my view, and I think this is true of Nozick, true of Rothbard, is that they make rights property rights, that all rights are essentially forms of property, that the right to individual liberty is a right of self-ownership, that we are ours. So if you ask yourself questions like, where does the prohibition on interfering with people's sexual, cultural, whatever choices come from? The answer is, it's my body, and I can allow anybody to do whatever I choose with it. This is pure Nozick. There can be no such thing as victimless crimes. There can, of course, be things that people come to regret afterwards. Somebody says to me, I'd rather like your left hand. I think, oh, well, that's right, I'm right-handed. So I cut it off and hand it over. Have they acquired a property right in my hand? On the pure doctrine, yes. It was mine. I have performed a valid transfer, and so on and so on. Suppose I change my mind. Answer, bad luck. You're like the person who sells a field in Pennsylvania to John D. Rockefeller, and Standard Oil comes next, and you think, I shouldn't have done that. Well, bad luck. It was your field, it's now his field. It was your oil, it's now his oil. The pure doctrine says we own ourselves freehold, and so on down the line. Why can't you interfere? You can't interfere because it's crossing the boundary into somebody else's property. Assault is a form of trespass. And once you see that, you see both what the power of it is and what, in some ways, the unpersuasiveness is. Liberal views are sometimes quite like that, in the sense that quite a lot of liberals are tempted by self-ownership, but more often liberals tend to think in terms of the particular kinds of misery and particular kinds of frustration of people's lives that interference in particular areas produces. The sacred text for people like that is Herbert Hart's lectures of 50 years ago now on law, liberty, and morality. Why don't you let the state into the bedroom? The answer is because people's sexual, emotional preferences are so central to their personalities that if you interfere with those, you do a lot of damage which needs a lot of justification. Curious enough, you find that in Bentham. Personality is an awkward term, and because I am overrunning my self-allotted time, I'm going to skip it a bit, but the two notions, I think, are autonomy on the one hand, which of course for libertarians tends to fall back into self-ownership, and the notion of self-development on the other, i.e. making the most and the best of yourself, which is sort of J.S. Mill on liberty, the kind of thing that Dworkin talked about in Justice for Hedgehogs. It's not absolutely lined up with the views of people like T.H. Green, Hobhouse, and Dewey, because they were, so to speak, more socialized in their view of what individual development was like, were more attached to a notion of the common good, and therefore would have associated self-development less with an individual project than with the project of being a fully paid-up member of a successful liberal society. I mean, this is one of the many ways in which Dick Rorty was not really much of a disciple of Dewey. So, since, on my view, property rights is what underpins the libertarian picture, 5 minutes on that, a couple of minutes on politics, then I will shut up and you can tell me where I'm wrong. The distinctive thought behind libertarians is that all rights are proprietary, property is sacred. This means that taxation for things like the welfare state is literally theft. Why? Because it's taking what is mine for purposes I have not probably signed up for. It means also that I am being made into a slave. I'm having to do forced labor. Why am I doing forced labor? Because in order to have what I would otherwise have had, for my pile of stuff to be what it would otherwise have been, I have to work longer than I would have chosen. And that, for Nozick following Rothbard, is forced labor. My view, for what it's worth, is that this is rhetorical nonsense. Real forced labor is real slavery. It's peasants doing the corvée, and it's what the French Revolution set out to abolish and did abolish. It is, of course, true that taxation is forced taking. That is true. If I don't pay, I can go to jail. The question really is, how coercive is it? And is it taking what is really mine all the way through and all the way deep down? To which my reply is no. To think it is to have a particular naive view about property rights. Following people like Nagel and Murphy, though I've thought it for 40 years, is that what property rights actually are, for the most part, is a convenient way of organizing production, distribution, cooperation for economic purposes, so that if you ask the question, what is really, really, really mine, the answer is what's left over after you have paid your fair share of keeping the show on the road, which allows you to go to work and earn a living in the first place. This, you will not wish to know, is Marx's picture of bourgeois justice. It is what he talks about as being the first stage of socialism in the critique of the Gotha program, but the basic notion is that your claims on the social product rest on a theory of justice you have to enunciate is not to be understood best in terms of natural property rights. The person who, in many ways, does a good job on this, curiously enough, is John Locke, who libertarians revere as producing what they think of as absolute property rights, and on my view, does nothing of the sort. And the reason why Locke does nothing of the sort is that in Locke, as in conservatism generally, duties come before rights. The right to acquire property in Locke is the right to do what fulfills an antecedent duty imposed upon you by the God who puts you on the earth, as Locke says, made to go about his purposes. What are his purposes? His purposes are that humanity should flourish as much as may be, and the route to do this is to ensure that you flourish as much as may be, and to do this you've got to make the best of the bounty God gives you. It's the duty to do stuff with the world that founds property rights. They do not come from a freehold in the individual. And you can see this from things like Locke's treatment of suicide and a whole lot else. Richard Epstein, who libertarians think is the great lawyer on their side, began by thinking that Locke was the person who really held the whole thing together, was beaten about the head by Jeremy Waldron, decided that Locke was not the person who held the whole thing together, that natural rights wouldn't do the trick, but then, of course, just has to fall back into the Hayekian position, which is conventional rights treated as if they are natural rights. But if that's the move, then you're vulnerable to people saying, well, you can tinker with conventional rights as far as is useful. So my 30 seconds of off-the-cuff political comment is very straightforward. If you read libertarians, most of what it is an attack on big government combined with some disobliging commentary on the feckless underclass and occasionally disobliging commentary on the religious right. I'll explain why they do that in 10 seconds. Nobody who supports, roughly speaking, welfare state liberalism thinks inefficiency is a good thing. The inefficiency of American government is glaring and obvious, and if you have a nasty political nature, as I have, one of the many things you're likely to say is that part of the inefficiency is that the appalling Constitution gives the rich and the well-situated the ability to take off large and undeserved rewards for their acquiescence in legislation, and that these persons are on the whole supported by the libertarians. So when one hears complaints about big government from the libertarians, a certain amount of proper response is your fault, not mine. The Constitution, I don't think one can blame on contemporary libertarians, though one can blame their enthusiasm for the Supreme Court, which seems to me to be emulating the worst behavior of its predecessor of the late 19th century, but that's another business. So what do I think, finally, is the two great pieces of libertarian schizophrenia? These are of no use to you for libertarianism and Catholicism, but they are, I think, quite interesting. The first schizophrenia is that libertarians can't make up their mind whether they are a saving remnant. The world is full of all these ghastly people, but we have seen through it. Whether the saving remnant and what is over there is the mass, the mob, the majority. This is Rothbard. It's Rothbard and it's Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand and the libertarians hated each other. It's very good. They hate her because she was a raging militant atheist, which they think one shouldn't be. She disliked them because they weren't raging militant atheists and because they didn't have her sort of elitist, the lonely individual on the mountaintop versus the mass. But basically, there's a strong streak of that in libertarianism, which of course becomes a saving remnant doctrine. The other version, which is where they would actually like to have more influence, is that the libertarians are a natural third party. And they're a natural third party because they appeal to that vast spectrum of the American public who are against big government and who are against the religious right. They don't want to be Republicans because they think the religious right has captured the Republican Party, and they don't want to be Democrats because they think the Democrats are the party of big government, and therefore, what is there left to be? The answer is all kinds of things, but never mind. What do they think there is left to be? And the answer is libertarians. And that really is the propaganda line that you get out of the Cato Institute, you get from people like David Boas and so on. What do I think about that? I think it's not intellectually interesting. What is intellectually interesting? What's intellectually interesting is really philosophical anarchism, i.e. could you get a state out of where they start from, which is the Nozikian question, and I think the answer is no. I think you'd have to end up with Lysander Spooner, who says that only those who really consent in their own persons at the time are really bound by the authority of government. That actually is my view. I do not believe in the concept of legitimacy in any case, but I think if you start with them, you end up with Lysander Spooner, which is fine by me, though it's not the way I do it. The other interesting piece, of course, is market failure. If what you obsess about is individual property rights, what do you do about climate change? Oh, well, you establish property rights. Right, you say. Pollution in San Francisco comes in quite large part from China. Would you just explain what property rights of the inhabitants of San Francisco you plausibly imagine might be enforced against somebody who? In China. Chinese industry generally? Do I get an injunction against them trespassing in my air? How do you do that? So I think interesting stuff on things like market failure really is intellectually interesting. Where markets are and aren't useful, where belief in them gets you into trouble, that I think is really, really, really interesting stuff. The rest, as I say, I think if you like politics, then you don't mind joining in the brawling. If you don't like politics, you don't like joining in the brawling. I mean, my wife keeps on saying, if she hears me say once more, it's time somebody went and scragged whoever it is I have in mind, she will throw the morning coffee at me. I have no idea how it bites on Catholicism. I do know that although I am myself an atheist, I am a devout atheist who subscribes to the view which is absolutely common among persons like myself in England, but comes as a shock to Americans. And the atheist creed is very straightforward. It says, there is no God, and he speaks to us through the King James Bible. I think if you have that view of the world, you actually see further into the intellectual antecedents. Not than Anglicans and Catholics do, but you see further into the antecedents than secular, presentist, on the whole, fairly uneducated, self-professed libertarians tend to. But that's as far as I can get on libertarianism and religion. Now I will shut up and you can have a go.
Ask them to wait for the mic. Alan said he welcomes questions. If you have a question, raise your hand, and please wait for the mic to be delivered. Who is the mic? Jeff.
Test. Yeah. Professor Ryan, you gave us an extraordinary tour d'horizon, so almost any question we ask you is going to be horribly narrow. With that confession up front, let me ask a very narrow question. Your suggestion, implicit but inescapable, is that the real make or break in political discourse today in America is how the citizenry themselves understand natural rights. The libertarians are hopelessly divided among themselves on the issue of rights and property and how far back they trace it, Mill, Locke, etc. So it's not the libertarians, it's the citizens. Could you give us a bit more on where you see the discourse going in America on rights per se? Thank you.
If that's a narrow question, I hope nobody asks me a broad one. I mean, I have a view which, I mean, I always hesitate to utter it, being a foreigner whose daughter is an American citizen, has been for 20 years, etc., etc. I think none of this stuff actually really bites on what I think is the crucial issue in American politics. And I think the crucial issue simply is race. I think it has been race, I think it remains race, and I think that the answer to your question, so to speak, goes the long way round, which is that people tend to, as it were, push the question about, you know, the depth of their ownership or the extent to which it's decent to stand firm on it's mine, it's mine, it's mine, and you can't have it. I think that goes round because I think if you think that the welfare state is a device for transferring money from productive white middle-class persons to a feckless black underclass, then no matter what underlying theory you have about the foundation of property rights, you can fall back on the proposition that hard-working, disciplined people ought not to have to prop up undisciplined, idle, feckless, and self-destructive people. If that's what you think, which is itself not a... I mean, suppose you have that as a picture and you think of yourself in an army battalion of whom 90% are disciplined, courageous, etc., etc. Property rights nowhere in the landscape. 10% are feckless, can't tell one end of the rifle from the other, likely to drop it on your foot, etc. The 90% are quite likely to think they should not have to hazard their lives to save this disorganized, feckless, mindless bunch. So a theory about, you know, am I my brother's keeper, to which the answer is only to the extent that my brother pays some attention to keeping himself, thank you. If you have that running, then of course it's likely to reinforce the idea that what I have produced, earned, worked for, etc., really is mine. If that's what you think, then of course a doctrine of natural rights is going to start appealing to you, and you'll begin to think that what big government is just a device for stealing what's mine and giving it to them who have no claim on it. But I think the appeal, curiously enough, runs round what still seems to me, you know, the great deformity in American politics. And even people don't talk about it, which is one problem. But, you know, there's a certain tendency for people just not to want to have it out in the open. But if you believe, as I do believe, that it underlies a lot of what is out in the open, then, of course, my story goes, the American citizenry is prone to believe natural rights, partly because of the Constitution. I mean, you hear it in school. You pledge allegiance, you read the Declaration, and, you know, only when you're 12 are you allowed to realize that the Declaration is issued by a bunch of slave owners, etc., etc. If that happens, then, of course, you think, well, we are committed to natural rights. It's in the Declaration. Since 80% of the population believes that the Declaration is actually in the Constitution. They think natural rights are in the Constitution. 50% believe that to each according to their needs and from each according to their ability is also in the Constitution. The American population's grip on the Constitution is pretty good. But if you think that, then of course what you're likely to think, and what I tend to think, is if you really want to do something about it, you actually have to start by curing the underlying problem. Then people will start shifting their views about rights. And partial evidence of this, curiously enough, really is the Great Depression, because in the Great Depression, Black America is just left out of it. And so it's always going to be, as it were, how much grip on what we formerly thought of as privately owned industry, etc., would you allow the government in this kind of situation? And the reply is, as much as needed. Does Andrew Mellon not have a natural right to US steel? The answer is, don't be absurd. But that's because the context has shifted. As the context shifts, people shift their views about rights. So that's a long answer, but I think that's probably the way it runs.
Good morning. Professor Ryan, if you were hired as Rand Paul's political advisor, how would you help him crystallize his views and broaden his appeal for the next election?
Curiously enough, my colleague Stephen Macedo worked for his father in Texas, and a memento of that is a wonderful cartoon from the New Yorker that Steve kept on his office door, which is a couple standing in front of a house, flames leaping through the roof, fire truck outside, firemen in their helmets ready to do battle with the flames. Go away, we're libertarians. I mean, there's nothing I could do with him, for him, because I would have to say, well, you know, throw away all that stuff. And that stuff is really very central to his appeal. I mean, clearly, he and I are going to be on the same page on things like decriminalization of cannabis and the like. And has he come out on same-sex marriage? I mean, Stephen Macedo is actually married. So some members of the tribe have come out in favor in the most literal way. I mean, the bits he could actually do something with, I think, is drastic decentralization, which really does go down the libertarian track, because whatever else they think, small entities are likely to have much more popular support behind them. So decentralization, no foreign wars, no war on drugs, keep the state out of libraries, etc. And I think probably, if you're him, defuse the whole business about things like same-sex marriage by saying that marriage is simply a civil contract which allows people certain benefits. And if you want it blessed, then go and talk to whichever spiritual entity you're attached to and ask them if they'll bless it. So you split, things that are said to be tightly voluntary, personal, etc., off from things that have got a lot of legal, political, tax-based, state, etc., behind them. The trouble with being a libertarian, though I'm skeptical about it as a movement, a lot of my instincts are very much like theirs. The trouble about being that is, of course, you're just done in by the old Irish joke, where the chap says to some passerby, "And how would I get to Dublin from here?" Man looks at him very worriedly and says, "Well, if I was going to Dublin, I wouldn't start from here." And of course, that's the trouble. If you're a libertarian, what you really want is to start from the state of nature. And I have bad news, which is that the 21st century United States is not much like a Lockean state of nature, which was inland America before it had been much colonized. So it is very hard to know what you'd actually want to put in place. And of course, what you get are these sort of very shifty tactical alliances. But I don't think a libertarian really is in business of supporting Aetna and, whatever it is, United Healthcare. Because I think a libertarian thinks that they wouldn't exist in a libertarian world, and that they only exist because there are government subsidies all over the landscape that enable people to put together these sort of quasi-monopolies. But then you say, well, you're here. How do you break them up without causing catastrophes? And that's what I think people like Rand Paul just have too much trouble with. It's a variation on the same problem that sort of enthusiastic evangelicals like Rick Santorum face in the other direction, which is that, given you've got a country which is in a loose sense religious, but is infinitely far from coalescing on one particular vision of what that entails, the notion that you can somehow, as it were, stamp your feet and get cultural unity is just highly unplausible. So I think if I was offered the job by Rand Paul, I'd say, thank you very much. I have a friend over Have you met my friend Tomasi? Why don't you go call him up? Nobody I know who's ever worked for a politician has ever liked it. I've known a lot of people who've done it. Bob Westbrook, who wrote a wonderful book on Dewey, went off to work for Bill Bradley and lasted 4 weeks. And chronically, people like John Gray, who are Flavour of the Month with Tony Blair for 6 weeks, that was it. And they all feel betrayed because the politician says, I have to do that because this is politics. Academic advisor says, but you don't believe it. Academic advisor is politely shown the door.
One more question, please.
Intellectually, I agree that libertarians tend to ground a lot of their thought on on property rights. However, in my experience, speaking with libertarians and myself being a former libertarian, I'll emphasize that part, that the real thing isn't really property, but the desire for cooperation. When you have government involved, it creates complacency. It's no longer your responsibility. And studies have shown that the reason people who are more quote-unquote liberally minded don't get as involved in several good works or give to charity because they think you need government to be more systematically involved. Conservatives tend to be more individually involved because they think it's their responsibility. And to me, libertarianism wants to encourage cooperation among people, because once government is involved, it becomes coercive and people no longer want to get involved. So wouldn't you think that's actually a better argument for libertarianism and actually a better grounding for it?
I mean, there's a sort of sense in which if you want to play the game of going down the track from John Stuart Mill into libertarianism, then one would take your view. And the reason why is because then one would, so to speak, say that property rights are as flexible as you like. What we're after is maximizing the scope for individuals to cooperate with each other, to produce freely, to pushing government a long way out of it, downplaying all the sort of Marxian worries about the irrationality of the marketplace, pushing up the idea of individuals coalescing to cooperate for particular purposes they subscribe to. And that, I mean, that would not, I mean, that's a picture of the world I have nothing much to object to. It's simply that in terms of, as it were, what is actually, put out as being, or agreed by people who write reviews in the Wall Street Journal as being, the libertarian doctrine, really is these days the sort of pure milk, Rothbardian, Nozickian property rights kind of picture. And there is, of course, always going to be a puzzle, which is on what terms you think people will happily cooperate. And the more you play up the notion that cooperation runs through, I will do this for you if you do this for me, and less on let's both do whatnot together, then the story about cooperation tends to look less persuasive. But no, I mean, I've got nothing against that as a way of talking about it. Of course, I mean, libertarian anarchists are on the whole people I'm rather fond of. And the whole sort of Paul Goodman kind of line. But of course, that tends to be people who don't really much mind about property rights at all, but do mind very, very much indeed about individual liberty. And of course, the more libertarian those communes tended to be, the less long they lasted. I mean, you get all kinds of dilemmas that wet liberals like myself don't really much like contemplating. But no, I mean, the argument that there could be cooperation is a perfectly good argument. I just don't think it's the one that the Cato Institute at the moment is particularly trying to sell to people.
By kicking off this afternoon with a lecture by Alan Wolf, who's, is director here at Boston College of the Blasey Center for Religion and American Public Life. And I'm not Charlie Rose, so I'm not going to go down his whole list of considerable accomplishments. So please join me in welcoming Alan.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you all for coming and spending this day together talking about really interesting topics. Well, Alan Ryan began with a man named Friedrich von Hayek, so I'm going to begin with him too. Hayek, who was a great believer in both the efficacy and ethical superiority of free markets, once wrote an essay called Why I Am Not a Conservative. He was correct, I believe. His version of laissez-faire allowed little room for tradition, religion, locality, and other concepts that had characterized the thoughts of earlier conservatives, such as Edmund Burke and more contemporary ones like Michael Oakeshott. The fact that Hayek was not a conservative, however, in no way implies that he was a liberal. It is true that, like Adam Smith, Hayek was a believer in laissez-faire, but if the policy prescriptions were the same between them, the underlying messages could not have been more different. Smith's free market would liberate individuals from the caprices of an inflexible mercantilism. Hayek's free market would chain individuals to a system of rules over which they had no control and could not by themselves fully understand. The liberal tradition to which Smith belonged and the libertarian one, which includes Hayek, not only have little in common, on most dimensions of political philosophy, they are on quite different sides. In this day when Uber cars arrive on time and taxicabs do not, libertarianism is hailed by many as the solution to an economy and a society stuck in its own bureaucratic mud. So let me be clear that in speaking ill of libertarianism, and I do mean to speak ill of it, I am not speaking against specific policies that break up monopolies in favor of a greater emphasis on choice. While I have some misgivings about school vouchers, I also believe that so long as well-off individuals can choose schools for their own children by moving to wealthy suburbs, inner-city parents, as much as possible, should have the same kind of flexibility. When the United States seems determined to intervene abroad, a volunteer army, which itself has much wrong with it, may well be preferable to a compulsory draft. There is nothing wrong with, and much right about, relying on private institutions, such as churches, to help those who cannot help themselves. We should be open to a variety of ways of making government function better. Libertarianism, however, is not just a set of policy prescriptions. It is an ideology. Without doubt, the most ideological of all the political ideas and movements floating around among those who think about the proper relationship between the individual and the state. It is, moreover, a total ideology, one that considers every aspect of how people live and proposes solutions for all of them. There is a libertarian way of riding a bicycle, taking your medicine, finding a spouse, giving blood, and as already suggested, calling a cab. Liberalism raises questions. Libertarianism seeks answers and always finds the right ones. Libertarianism is an antidote to the doubt, inconsistency, and vagueness that has always been built into liberalism. There is nothing tentative, nothing haphazard, nothing weak-kneed about libertarianism. If you believe in God, respect hierarchy, and venerate tradition, you can oppose liberalism by becoming a conservative. If you prefer a social order that hides its authoritarianism behind opaqueness, you can become a libertarian. It is for this reason that while I recognize that libertarians come in different forms and frequently argue over every concept in which they claim to believe, there is nonetheless a general outlook on life called libertarianism that can be analyzed in the same way one speaks of asparagus or broccoli. I will, in what follows, flesh out this argument by contrasting liberalism and libertarianism on a series of questions that have preoccupied their advocates over the years. The best place to start, I believe, is the same place where all these thinkers start and where we began this morning, and that is with the mystery known as human nature. He who lets the world choose his plan of life for him, John Stuart Mill famously observed in On Liberty, has no need of any other faculty than that of ape-like imitation. Mills's essay was published in 1859, 10 years before Charles Darwin came out with The Origin of the Species. Apes, shall we say, were very much in the news at the time, and it can hardly be a surprise that when Mill would seek a creature meant to be different than that of human beings, he would make the comparison to a being that was neither Homo nor sapien. Mill's inspiration for On Liberty were the writings of Wilhelm von Humboldt, who added a touch of German Romanticism to English ideas about individualism. We live for more than simply being free. Humboldt reminded his readers, we live to improve and then to make and remake ourselves in a never-ending state of self-development. Apes do not. Where Mill writing today, the more appropriate point of comparison to human beings and their nature would likely come from technology rather than biology. Computers do many of the things we human beings do, and they do them in ways far superior to us. But even those impressed with the ability of computers to play chess or translate a language are generally unwilling to predict the capacity of such machines to love, to be influenced by their conscience, or to change their mind, depending upon the immediate context surrounding them. Liberty is for people. Its exercise requires a being sufficiently mature and knowledgeable to know how to put the liberty to good use. Mill, I have no doubt, would be appalled by the efforts of the U.S. Supreme Court to insist that artificial entities such as corporations have rights to free speech, or even more appallingly, to freedom of religion. Corporations may, although most do not, improve their behavior, but they do not do so through the process of self-development that Humboldt described. Libertarians, such as those at the Cato Institute, endorsed the reasoning in Citizens United, the decision that treated corporations as persons by granting them free speech. Aside from any issues of fairness, increasing the influence of those already influential would fail to meet most standards of fairness. They also, that is, libertarians, displayed a blatant disregard of the humanism that motivated so many of the liberals of the past, not only Mill, but John Dewey and Isaiah Berlin as well. Computers, quote unquote, think by following mathematical rules known as algorithms. So, libertarians would have it, should human beings. Seemingly free to make our own decisions, we would, in a libertarian world, be the slaves of the rules that conform our choices to the rigidities of marketplace rationality. We would, if proper libertarians, not only give special preference, we would, if we were proper libertarians, refuse to give special preference to our loved ones merely because we love them. We honor and admire our country, but only libertarians believe we do so because we believe our country resembles the libertarian ideal. If it did not, if our country's citizens voted in an entirely different system based on principles of generalized altruism, libertarians would not only hate it, they would seek its destruction, much like John Galt and his followers did in Atlas Shrugged. Emotions such as envy, guilt, and sympathy would be forbidden to us in a libertarian world. There would only be one proper way to think, and hence to act. In libertarianism, choice is omnipresent, but choices are not. The objective, in fact, is to eliminate choices by forcing everyone to choose the same thing. What libertarians call freedom, liberals such as Mill called imitation. Human nature, libertarians insist, is one thing and one thing only. Great creative capitalists, they believe, understand this. Everyone else, including capitalists entranced by the idea of leaving a legacy, are suffering from what Marxists would call false consciousness. Better than any liberal thinker with which I am familiar, indeed better than any conservative either, libertarianism embodies Max Weber's nightmare of an iron cage. Specialists without spirit, as he put it, sensualists without heart. Weber lamented the restrictions of the iron cage that entrap us inside its severe rationality. Libertarians praise those very restrictions. Any motive other than rationality is a lower one. We are born to think, and the best among us are those that think the hardest, no matter what consequences their thinking leads to. Consequences are irrelevant to the libertarian. One must never be distracted from the goal at hand, which is to act in accord with what is assumed but never proved to be our nature. I want to talk a little bit about libertarians' relationship to the concept of power. Ayn Rand, the quintessential libertarianism, did not develop her ideas all by herself. When she was younger, she met and befriended other libertarian thinkers, especially two prominent women. One, Rose Wilder Lane, who was the daughter of the author of Little House on the Prairie, and the other, Isabel Patterson, who was a leading columnist and book reviewer for the New York Herald, soon to be the Herald Tribune. Patterson and Rand, in particular, were made for each other. They developed the kind of friendship in which they were capable of finishing each other's sentences, and the latter, Patterson, helped the former, Rand, by reviewing The Fountainhead and giving it huge attention in her newspaper. Both these highly successful women were too competitive and individualistic, however, to sustain a friendship for very long. Rand eventually broke with Patterson for many reasons, but especially because she felt slighted by Patterson's unwillingness, as Rand saw it, to praise her to the extent that she thought she should be praised. Her hostility extended to the point of pretending that Patterson did not even exist. Erasing Patterson's contribution, quote, erasing Patterson's contribution made Rand into the completely autonomous heroine of her own personal narrative, wrote Ayn Rand's biographer, Jennifer Burns. Quote, she would come to believe that her individual effort had solely shaped her ideas and driven her work, excluding her participation in the intellectual world that Patterson represented. For the rest of her life, Rand would go out of her way to cultivate followers, only then to renounce them if they showed in any way themselves insufficiently devoted to her. Those attracted to the Rand cult lived in fear that they would face excommunication, be judged negatively by their peers, cut off from their guru, and doomed, oddly enough for believers in individualism, to find their own way in the world. Even Rand's most devoted follower and eventual lover, Nathaniel Branden, would be forced out of the closed circle, similar in method, if not in result, to the way Stalin eliminated those closest to him. This woman who left the Soviet Union in its infancy mimicked in her own life that regime's worst features. It's not just Rand. The Koch brothers brought themselves influence in the Cato Institute, once a quasi-respectable libertarian think tank, and immediately began to rid themselves of those, such as Cato's then president, Ed Kane, who wanted the organization to be able to attract libertarians who were not, in partisan sense, Republicans. Like Rand, the Koch brothers were of a my way or the highway disposition. They wanted to be individualists by surrounding themselves with those, only with those who were in complete agreement with them. And as for that agreement, it is worth saying that it had to be truly and totally and devotedly complete. Koch, that's Charles Koch, called out Milton Friedman and Alan Greenspan specifically as sellouts to the system, wrote Brian Doherty, a historian quite sympathetic to the movement. Merely trying to make government work more effectively, Koch believed of Greenspan and Friedman that they were merely trying to make government work more effectively, rather than what libertarians should be doing is tearing it out at the root. Both Rand and Charles Koch praised a free society, and both did so from a perspective that allowed of no dissent. Name a libertarian, no matter how extreme, and you will always find that libertarian believing that another libertarian was too wishy-washy. Murray Rothbard, who was mentioned by Alan Ryan this morning, was one of those rejected from the Randian inner circle because of his failure to conform to the dictates of the mistress. He called the Randians posturing, pretentious, humorless, robotic, nasty, simple-minded jackasses. Wonderfully put, I think, but then Rothbard himself had no taste for anyone he considered soft. Milton Friedman is the establishment court's libertarian, he once opined, and it's high time to call a spade and a statist a statist. Rand herself, by the way, dismissed Milton Friedman and George Stigler, another Chicago economist and libertarian, as, quote, a pair of reds. And of Friedrich von Hayek, she said that he was real poison who does more to the communist cause than to us, than the cause of libertarians. These denouncers of the insufficiently committed were true to the founders of the movement. One of them, the Austrian Ludwig von Mises, referred to all the other libertarian thinkers as a bunch of socialists. It may have been von Mises's harsh judgmentalism and not his ideas that prevented him from ever getting a regular academic appointment. Both von Mises and von Hayek were appointed to universities based on outside funding from an organization called the Volcker Foundation, no relationship to William Volcker, which was an early model of the Koch brothers. In the world of libertarianism, everyone is suspect until proven innocent, which may help explain why one libertarian organization, the Cercle de Bastiat, looked favorably upon the antics of Senator Joseph McCarthy, while others, including that apostle of freedom, Ayn Rand, chose to become a friendly witness before the House Un-American Activities Committee. Why this closed-minded and tightly guarded maintenance of the libertarian movement? The key may lie in the term libertarian organization. It is most difficult to be a passionate advocate for freedom and simultaneously a member of a tightly lit group. Libertarians are not always faithful followers of their own creeds, but on this point, they are consistent, individualistic to the core. When it comes to their world, although not the real world, Margaret Thatcher had it right when she said that there is no such thing as society. It should therefore come as no surprise that as much as they may hate the left, libertarians copy leftists so often in their behavior. The leader, when it came to such copycatting, was Murray Rothbard, a figure who looked and acted like a left-winger, even as he became one of the most extreme libertarians on the right. Rothbard, Doherty, the historian of libertarian, writes, quote, delights in defending the shocking conclusions to which his pure property rights libertarianism leads. He insists, for example, that libel cannot be a crime. By the way, can anyone imagine why libel should not be a crime? I could never have gotten to this place. I'm not saying my own. Since your reputation consists of thoughts in other people's heads, it's not your property. You don't own your own reputation. Therefore, he was against libel laws as excessive state interference into individual behavior. Lenin was not admired by all libertarians, but Rothbard admired him greatly. Always a conscious student of movement strategy, his biographer writes, Rothbard looked to successful ideological revolutionaries of the past, such as Lenin, for strategic insights into how to effect ideological changes on a national level. One of Rothbard's pet Leninist tropes was the idea of the cadre, the dedicated inner circle of revolutionaries, 100% reliable in ideology and action, around which a movement could crystallize. Rand, as we have seen, approached politics much in the same way. It is not just in her fiction, which, as one of her biographers points out, so closely resembled Soviet realism. When John Galt and his friends leave society behind for their hiding place in the Colorado mountains, they are acting like any Leninist vanguard would. In essence, concludes the journalist Jonathan Chait in one of the best analyses of Rand's influence I have read, Rand advocated a reverse Marxism. In the Marxist analysis, workers produce all the value and capitalists merely leech off their labor. In Rand, it is the exact opposite. Libertarians like to think of themselves, like Montesquieu or Madison, as extremely wary of power and always on the side of limiting its reach. In reality, these are people who hate the state but love power. They advance liberty by demonstrating all the characteristics of the authoritarian personality. Everything must be their way or they will use their power to destroy it. More than anything else, this is where liberalism and libertarianism take different paths. As features such as Cass Sunstein and Stephen Holmes have demonstrated, rights are indeed checks against the arbitrary power of the state. But in the absence of power to protect their rights, people have no such protection. They require the state and its ability to further human development in order to limit the state with a capital S. No such paradoxes are available to the libertarian mind. A is A, Rand repeatedly proclaimed. Perhaps that's true of Soviet realism. It is not true in the messy reality of modern liberal democracy. I've talked a little bit about human nature and a little bit about politics. Now I want to say something about violence. There is nothing that libertarians consider themselves more against than the use of force or coercion. The great sin of government regulation, in their view, is not that it promotes equality. Most likely, they insist, it will not, but that it involves coercion. Regulation, government regulation, as the libertarian law professor Richard Epstein calls it, is a, quote, taking, unquote, and therefore unconstitutional. Central to libertarianism is the NAP, which sounds like a Soviet program, but means the non-aggression principle. Each individual is entitled to what he or she owns, and if that person does not give permission for the government to take it away, then any such action by government is coercive. Nowhere, libertarian legal theorists argue, is force more evident than in the principle of eminent domain. Kello versus the City of New London, a 2005 U.S. Supreme Court decision, allowed the City of New London to take ownership of private property in order to promote economic development in the town. This, for libertarians, is the Dred Scott decision, a terrible return to slavery and the use of the power of the state to produce and promote injustice. Libertarians do not generally advocate violence in order to bring about the kind of society they favor. Reading Atlas Shrugged is presumably all that is necessary. But there is a violent side to libertarianism nonetheless. One place it emerges is in the use of language. Libertarians hate, and the hatred is often almost impossible sometimes to keep under control. Rose Wilder Lane once let it slip that she hated Franklin Delano Roosevelt so much that she hoped someone would kill him. Rand's contempt for those inappreciative of the benefits they have illegitimately stolen from the creative class permeates her fiction. In one of the greatest lines ever to appear in a book review, and it appeals to me because I write book reviews and I wish I had written it, the conservative former communist Whittaker Chambers unforgettably saw through Rand's utopianism to the rigid state power that lay behind it. From almost any page of Atlas Shrugged, Whittaker Chambers wrote in National Review, a voice can be heard from painful necessity commanding to the gas chambers, go. Men and women without a conscience, Chambers understood, are capable of doing anything. There is not and cannot ever be anything to restrain the power of acting only in one's self-interest in the world of libertarians. Compare the potential violence of the state with the violence required to build gigantic buildings such as Howard Roark built in the Fountainhead, and the latter will, every time, triumph the former, with the caveat that building any skyscraper in the modern world would require the use of government as an ally. Only in the most fervent imagination of libertarianism are the state and private property so easily distinguishable from each other. Remember that A is always A and never B. In reality, it is only by seeking the state's power that individuals can find any protection against the rapaciousness to which they are subject in the workplace. Laissez-faire is no state of nature, a beneficial harmony of interests to which we can return if only we get government out of our lives. Far from constituting a refuge from violence, laissez-faire is a regime imposed by force. The only reason the Koch brothers so often seek to elect sympathetic officials, such as the Wisconsin governor and perhaps next president of the United States, Scott Walker, is because they understand the importance of capturing the state and with it, its coercive power. The Koch brothers succeed because, unlike the rest of us, the Koch brothers have sufficient funds to impose their vision of the good society on the rest of us by force. The Koch brothers do not hate the state, they crave it. Far from sharing much in common with liberals, the closest analogy to libertarianism in the history of political philosophy is liberalism's greatest enemy, Carl Schmitt, a Nazi political theorist who's considered a genius by so many political philosophers today. Both Schmitt and Ayn Rand share an adherence to the friend-enemy distinction as good an approximation of the A equals A principle that both can find. Both focus more on times of emergency and times of crisis than on everyday life. No wonder that libertarianisms find in gun rights the ultimate vision of the good society. They are strongest in the South, and especially in those parts of the South whose opposition to racial equality turned into white terrorism. A map of where slavery once existed corresponds almost exactly to a map of where libertarians get elected to public office today. One can find pacifists in the Society of Friends and among certain Catholic activists. One cannot find pacifists among libertarian activists and thinkers. A movement theoretically opposed to force has no place for those who reject war. At times, a libertarian such as Rand Paul, and I understand that Senator Paul declared his candidacy for the presidency today. And of course, as I hope you know, Rand Paul is named after Ayn Rand. At times, a libertarian such as Rand Paul speaks in the language of isolationism. At other times, especially when he has his eye on the presidency, he wants only to be loved by neoconservatives. I also want to say something about what analysts of Puritan preachers and their preachings call declension. Liberalism is sometimes equated, confusingly in my view, with progressivism. Whatever one thinks of that equation, libertarianism, in contrast to both liberalism and protectionism, is, like Puritan theology, declensionist, imagining the world around us as so hopeless, so full of sin, that ultimate redemption seems further and further away. In libertarianism, the state is always growing. Taxes are always rising. Freedom is always being shrunk. And the only hope for the world is taking pride in what Albert J. Nock called a remnant. There is a reason why all the good guys in Atlas Shrugged withdraw into their hiding place in the mountains. Libertarianism chooses exit over voice and loyalty. To work with a corrupt society is to be corrupted by it. Because of its taste for a declensionist view of the world, libertarianism is, in the United States, politically vulnerable. Americans want to hear a bit of good news every now and then from their candidates for office. Although libertarianism is a much more powerful force than in Europe, any number of libertarians' greatest thinkers, even in America, were European. Hayek, Mises, and Rand, of course, but also Frederick Bastiat, Herbert Spencer, Karl Menger, and Tibor Machan, among numerous others. Isabel Patterson, her great friend, was a Canadian. The pessimism that lovingly clings to libertarianism is somewhat foreign to the sunny optimism that made Ronald Reagan so popular. This is why it's so surprising that Republicans today, especially those committed to libertarianism, turn Reagan into a saint who presumably did no wrong. Such an image is not only contrary to what Reagan actually did, which was to leave the welfare state by and large in place and also to raise taxes on the wealthy, but in doing so, Reagan appealed to the better angels of our nature. Both Ayn Rand and Ronald Reagan made their careers in Hollywood. From those years, Reagan learned to smile, while Rand inherited everything associated with noir. American preachers, even those associated with evangelical churches, have learned a lesson that escapes proponents of libertarianism. Americans do not want to make too many judgments of others, and they resist others making judgments of them. If uplift has replaced sin in American preaching, terms such as moochers and looters are not so easily avoided among libertarians, as Mitt Romney, to his regret, assuming Mitt Romney ever has regrets, discovered with his comment about the 47%. It takes presumably authentic charts and tables to hide the meanness of a Paul Ryan budget. Those who pursue the implications of his budgets, such as Paul Krugman in the Times, cannot be faulted for concluding that Ryan, through his numbers, is a Randian through and through. Americans dislike any notion of a Darwinian struggle of the fittest, even as they vote for politicians who desire nothing more than putting it into place. Perhaps they need the good news delivered to them by their preachers to overcome the bad news delivered by their market-worshiping politicians. In our religion, we welcome God into our hearts. In our politics, if libertarianism is at all influential, we exclude those who are different or in need from our hearts. Finally, I want to talk about monism. Isaiah Berlin, who grew up in much the same way and in some of the exact same places as Ayn Rand, made famous the idea of value pluralism. By all three criteria he insisted that define a pluralist, libertarianism fails. Libertarianism insists that there is a true answer to all questions in economics, and by implication in everything else, that such truths are discoverable through reason and reason alone, and will eventually be proven to be correct, and that anything discovered as truthful cannot contradict anything else discovered as truthful. As with the Friedmanites who insist that the free market would have worked in Chile if it had only been given more of a chance, or the current governor of Kansas, whose faith in supply-side economics cannot be shaken, no matter how contrary the evidence, libertarianism can never fail, but can only be failed. There is no trial and error method in libertarianism, only trial and truth. Strikingly modern in many ways, libertarianism has nothing in common with the most modern of all methodologies, the scientific one. The libertarian economists from Vienna evidently did not learn very much from Karl Popper, the philosopher of science, who also came from Vienna. Isaiah Berlin's objection to monism was similar to his objection to totalitarianism. The Good Society for Berlin was not one that proclaimed itself the embodiment of everything virtuous, a tendency all too common among those who took the religious idea of one true path and applied it to politics. Berlin wrote under the spell of Immanuel Kant, often citing Kant's dictum that, quote, out of the crooked timber of humanity no straight thing was ever made. Ayn Rand, by contrast, believed that Kant was the most evil, that was her term, the most evil of all the philosophers that ever lived. Behind Rand's sometimes laughable efforts to appear Kant's equal in epistemology, it seems, at least to this reader, that Rand was especially offended by the Kantian moral idea of disinterest. Imagine what might happen if we willed our actions to be in conformity with the universal law, in her view, was the first step in the direction of slavery. Rand clearly wanted to beat Kant. To do that, evidently, she had to reject him as thoroughly as possible. One does not have to be as extreme as Rand to link monism in theory with monism in practice. Libertarianism goes out of its way to reduce the complexities of the world to one thing and one thing only, whether it be how we make decisions, what decisions we make, and what our decisions imply for others. The oft-noted attraction of libertarianism for young minds is, I believe, a reflection of this. There is something so satisfying when one is young about the Faustian ideal that all of reality can be unlocked with one simple key. It is when we grow out of that fantasy and begin to understand just how complex the world actually is, that adherents to libertarianism often begin to realize the limits of what had been so appealing to them. Lastly, I want to say a few words about God. It's not my place in a conference, people with theologians, to talk very much about God. This non-believing non-Catholic is going to leave that to the others here today. But I do write in my career and my life about religion. And if we are to be pluralists, that must include the non-religious as well. Of libertarians' relationship with atheism, not much need be added. Rand, for one, hated God like she hated Kant, and for much the same reason. This does not mean that all libertarians will do so. There is, for example, a certain kind of libertarianism that appeals to Baptists who, throughout their history, although not necessarily now, rejected the authority of the state, and with it, in their view, all things Catholic. Still, Christian libertarianism is not a term one commonly hears, not even among right-wing evangelicals. Of course, if Mark Silk is right, we will hear more about spiritual libertarianism, a concept he developed, and I think is just a wonderful term. Before he became a social Darwinist, William Graham Sumner had been an Episcopal priest. Rejecting the authority of God, he also rejected the authority of the state. In his day, believers in social Darwinism were like the aggressively atheistic Darwins of today, such as Richard Dawkins. For them, life really was a struggle for survival, and one had little choice to find one's place and do one's best. It is because the social Darwinists so strongly endorsed the theory of evolution that religious believers of the time insisted on a Christian ideal of charity as an alternative. Walter Rauschenbusch among the Protestants and Leo XIII among the Catholics filled the gap that social Darwinism had left open. Of course, some liberals, such as Mill, wrote very rarely about God. Others, such as T.H. Green and R.H. Tawney, did so frequently. Even John Rawls grew up in a religious home and considered theology as a career. By the way, one of our greatest contemporary liberals, Richard Rorty, was Walter Rauschenbusch's grandson. Liberals, in short, can opt to choose God. Libertarians either cannot or must twist themselves into knots in order to do so. The church, to most libertarians, is just another state. If modern society witnesses a war between science and God, libertarians stand in opposition to both. All of this, I think, helps explain the gyrations of those who insist on being Republican and Christian at the same time. When very few people were looking, save one who managed to get it on tape, Paul Ryan allowed that, quote, "The reason I got involved in public life, public service by and large, if I had to credit one thinker, one person, it would be Ayn Rand." After hitting the big time of the Republican vice presidential nomination, Ryan, of course, would change his mind. Now, Rand was only one of the many thinkers who influenced him, and in general rather than in the specifics, and by the way, not all that much. Cynics think the true Ryan is the one that takes Atlas Shrugged as his Bible, and I am among them. As with those who came before him, Rand is too much the social Darwinist to be a significant Catholic force in American political life. Has libertarianism had its day? As a political force, perhaps not. Democracy requires an opposition party. As the ideology of those in opposition, libertarianism appeals because it's relentlessly oppositional by nature. But democracy also requires ideals to live by. And that, I think, is where the severe limits of libertarianism are revealed. Of course, it may prove to be true that Americans will remain comfortable with a dysfunctional political system, preferring nothing, however frustrating, to anything, no matter how desirable. But if they do ever long once again for leadership, and in so doing regain at least a modicum of trust in governance, whoever governs them will need something more than a political philosophy so cruel. Thank you. So I'm just following orders, but I'm told that I should call on people with questions, which I'm happy to do.
Though also one point of clarification, Rand Paul was not named after Ayn Rand. His name's Randall. That's a myth on the internet. But
Read everything you believe on the internet?
New York Times, U.S. News, and several other reputable newspapers, so I'm going to believe them. But that's an aside. You were mentioning the hidden or implied authoritarian, tyrannical underlying pins of libertarian thought. And what came to my mind is that doesn't seem very different than, frankly, the same issues within much liberal thought, at least in practice. What comes to mind is Jacksonian democracy and the Cherokees, or just eugenics, which greatest proponent, one can say, legally speaking, Buck v. Bell with Oliver Wendell Holmes, writing that majority opinion, one page, or in terms of the Native American education, where they forcibly removed the children from their homes to be properly Europeanized, and anyone who opposed these ideas were seen to be anti-reason and anti-progress. I'm not defending libertarianism really in this end, but it seems like, in a very strange sense, both have hidden authoritarian tendencies. Would that be accurate?
Thanks. I think it's a very good question. And I would actually accept a lot of what you said, with the proviso that many of your examples, now this may just seem like a technical thing, but many of those examples, such as the unfortunate Holmes quote, are examples of progressivism rather than liberalism. I think there's a real authoritarian strain in progressivism, and that progressivism shares much of the critique. That progress means that there we go, we have a specific place we want to get there, and we want to get there as fast as possible. Woodrow Wilson, for example, the quintessential progressive, had that ruthless side to him as well, that absolutely rigid, moral, A is A, B is B kind of outlook on the world. And I think much of progressive foreign policy shared that, same kind of thing with it. So I'm using a distinction, as I said in the talk, between progressivism and liberalism. In one of the paragraphs I said, sometimes liberalism is confused with progressivism. I don't think it should be. For me, liberalism is much more about trying to find something that works in a kind of do and try and go this way and go that way sort of way, more like the approach of American pragmatism, which is very, very different than the progressivism. And so it's a trial and error method. And as some writers have said, libertarianism really tries to be principled. And that's a big thing if you can show that your principles are consistent. I don't find that in liberalism. I don't find this, and in many political philosophers associated with liberalism either. This that put principle first, get everything consistent, make it all logically powerful and hang together is not the way I think of liberals, either in philosophy or in their political practice. I think of actually much more like Obama, try this, try that, negotiate, try to, and Obama often gets attacked for being not resolute and these days he's being attacked on foreign policy. To me, that's the essence of liberalism, that you don't want to get imprisoned by your own principles. You want things to work. And if a deal with Iran can work, then you push it because it can work. And you avoid these, is this appeasement, and so on. So I hope that clarifies it.
Thanks. I'm interested very much in the way in which you stress the kind of authoritarianism of libertarianism. I mean, this sounds like a self-contradiction, but I'd like to get a little further clarification on what you're really arguing here. And are you saying that the libertarian have such a commitment to the principles of free market or laissez-faire that they'll use any force and power to implement that, to just say we're going to stick with that and that only? Or is it, are there some other commitments? You have a very strong argument that libertarians have a sort of an absolute certitude about their commitment to the right way to do things. And that one right way, is that the market and the rules of the market, and therefore anybody who violates those are going to be thrown in jail? Or how this fits, how you put together the commitment to freedom, which is seen as most libertarians would tell you that that's what they're committed to. But your analysis of pushing toward this very rigid, rule-governed and authoritarian orientation, can you clarify a little further about how those two go together in the way you're analyzing libertarianism?
Well, I can try. I mean, I think, I could sort of take what I think would be an easy way out, which you suggested in context of your question, and say that what's authoritarianism about libertarianism is this principle, this insistence on one way and one way only, that it rejects this notion that there may be many different ends or many different aspects of human flourishing. So in that sense, I think if back in when I started my career, the most controversial book in the social sciences we read was a book called The Authoritarian Personality, published by T.W. Adorno and other thinkers. And in the aftermath of Nazism, they had tried to develop a psychological test that would measure the authoritarian personality. And it became hugely controversial. Was the methodology right? I always sort of believed that there might be some such thing as an authoritarian personality. So if I were to really take your question and answer it a little more controversial, I think these people that I'm describing are temperamentally authoritarian. I think that there is something about their personality. That's why they're always getting into these sectarian arguments. That's why they're always reading other people out. It really seems to me to be the almost essence of a my way or the highway kind of approach. And so I think they're literally authoritarian. If we mean by that people who both understand the world to be one thing and one thing only, and will then begin to justify almost any tactic, even those that seem to contradict their principles, in order to do that. Now, that may be partially autobiographical on my part, and if you'll forgive that. In the 60s, like a lot of other people my age, I was really attracted to left-wing political causes and joined various left-wing political movements. And, I still remember those meetings. There were people in those meetings. They always stayed longer than everybody else, because they could win the vote if everyone else left. And they were just ruthlessly pursuing their particular agenda in a very much like a Leninist kind of way. They read about the Russian Revolution and they learned, how to sort of manipulate organizations. Those are the people I see these days as libertarians. It's the same kind of disposition. I wonder if there aren't people who are both in some way, just as there are former leftists who turned right-wing, whether there were people who may have been libertarians and are now, in some other variety of conservatism with an explicit rather than an implicit authoritarian bent. But I'm trying to get at features like that. So I don't know if that helps you, but.
Thank you. I copied down a fragment of a sentence, so I don't know for sure that I heard it correctly or have it in context, but it's something preceding it. And then say, people have to be sufficiently mature and knowledgeable to put liberty to good use.
That is, they have to go through a process of self-development, what the Germans like von Humboldt called Bildung, or cultivation of your intelligence.
Okay, so they did understand it. So looking at it just as a citizen's standpoint, not someone involved in politics or political theory or intellectual comment, this is I consider myself a reasonably intelligent person, but this is really hard to do. In terms of being able to make well-informed judgments in terms of everything that's going on, the complexities, particularly in the economic realm. So I guess what my question is what sets the bar for that? I recently read an article citing H.L. Mencken and Walter Lippmann that had this sort of very elitist intellectual idea of the highbrow versus the middlebrow or the hoi polloi. And so how does one describe and cultivate people sufficiently mature and knowledgeable to put liberty to good use?
Well, there have been a lot of people who tried. I think probably the most interesting example may be the work of a Harvard psychologist named Lawrence Kohlberg, who was strongly influenced by Kant and by the idea of having I'm using the word mature. I know that sounds like, well, are you saying I'm immature kind of comment, but you can work on your moral development until you reach a point where you understand things in a more complex way. Kohlberg, I don't think, was religious as far as I know, but I think there are a lot of theologians, and maybe here's some people from theology can help me, that would have a similar kind of perspective of getting a deeper understanding of the world. And so it's that general tendency that I'm describing. And it can sound elitist. It can sound like you're saying, well, those southern truck drivers who eat, barbecued corn or whatever, and vote for the Republicans and, say horrible things about immigrants, that they just haven't achieved this. But I'm not willing to say there isn't some truth in that. There may be an edge of elitism in my remarks. Personally, I don't think they're anything nearly as elitist as Rand and others who, dismiss the, people because they haven't grown until they see her point of view. But I'm not reluctant. I don't want to let go of that idea, which is maybe in some sense anti-democratic, that everybody's ideas are equally morally valid. It would seem to me there'd be no point for theology and no point for moral philosophy if that's where you begin.
Thanks, Alan, for a terrific talk. I appreciate it. Don't knock barbecue corn. It's good
I know.
stuff. And truck drivers are terrific too. So I'm taken by a number of things in your talk that I don't know that we have time to go back to. But one of them was that you mentioned that you thought that libertarians tended to assume a certain form of human nature without evidence. And could you expand a little bit on what that is? Is that atomistic, self-serving, property guarding, family loving, or is it something else? Because that gets to a second question about the possibility of religious libertarians, Christian libertarians, or whatever. Because a lot of the boundary line of folks who are profess to be Catholic and libertarian today are those who don't see the church as another state, but rather as something wholly voluntary, something that we choose and is non-coercive. And therefore the sort of affectations that they might find to be natural are put forth in the proper place, in a non-coercive environment. That's why we should rely on voluntary organizations to provide for all the things that we need. And I'm wondering if there's what sort of nature to politics line you're drawing there.
Well, if those with whom I had lunch will forgive me, I was trying to expound on this at lunch, and so I came up with this idea that I can think of three different kinds of ways of being libertarian. One would be that you believe that government has no role in helping us, but you recognize that every now and then there'll be an act of God or something that's totally outside a choice you make, like a tornado or a hurricane, and under those limited circumstances, you could accept government intervention. Then I could see a second kind of libertarian that says, no, even if there's an act of God, government is always going to mess it up. Government is always going to get it wrong. So you should rely on voluntary help, churches and so on, and provide help that way. And then the third kind of libertarian I associate with Ayn Rand, which is no help whatsoever. Any kind is the proper libertarian response, because altruism is always a false. Sympathy is always wrong. Altruism is wrong. And just let them, life is tough. Some people, hurricane, that's it, So there would be different kinds of ways. Now, you could never get by with an Ayn Rand kind of thing in this country. That's why Ryan, has done what he did with respect to that. But I think there's, for some at least, there really is this underlying dimension that the problem is help. It's just the idea of helping people. It's just offensive, I think, to certain kinds of libertarians. While I said in my talk, I think you can talk about libertarianism as one thing, there are obviously different roots and different strands. But if you think about it for a while, maybe you could see where, because we love the idea that if the state doesn't come to people's help, people will do so voluntarily and charity. and out of charity, but I can see all kinds of people who just don't like the idea of charity at all. I don't know if that, but that's what I meant by, a kind of super rationality, a rationality that you can see in some of the extremes of libertarian thinking. Like, for example, probably the best example of libertarian economic thinking that certainly became controversial, and it is the reason why one of the most brilliant minds in America will never serve on the U.S. Supreme Court, is the University of Chicago professor Richard Posner, who served as a federal judge and wrote this famous article about the market in babies and how we could solve the problem of abortion, we could solve the problem of illegitimate, all these things would go away if just there were a free market in babies. And a woman who was poor and needed money would gladly sell her baby to get the money, and somebody else who had money but was infertile would buy the baby, and this would be the perfect society. Now, what kind of understanding of human nature really is that? Posner, I really like Richard Posner. I think he's since recanted his libertarianism and has become one of libertarianism's best critics. But what was he thinking? Maybe he was being honest. Maybe he did believe it. Last one, or Oh, Brandon, go ahead. Do you need the mic? Pity that table. They're all in my class that was supposed to meet today. See, but.
Afternoon, Professor. Good afternoon, Professor. You had talked about in your speech the idea of the narrative of declension that is most commonly associated with Enlightenment era conservatives such as de Maistre and Burke, and we see that today in either modern conservative and as in libertarianism, as you pointed out. Do we see that narrative, or at least a similar version of it, in modern liberalism today? Say a liberal believes that people today are much more selfish and much more aligned with libertarian philosophy and therefore contribute less to civil service or to charity or to any other charitable endeavor that I believe you answered in the previous question. Like, do we see the same kind of mentality, but maybe just less pronounced as with libertarianism?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and the answer is very much yes. Mary Jo and I were talking about Robert Putnam, the Harvard social scientist, and Bowling Alone, its famous classic, can be viewed as a declensionist lament. We used to bowl together, now we don't. It was filled with that kind of rhetoric. And he takes great care, I think, not to identify himself too explicitly with any political tendency and so on. But I do think it represents exactly that kind of thing. Probably the greatest declensionist that I can think of was someone who began on the left, but then wound up in an indeterminate political space. And he was a historian and great social critic named Christopher Lasch. And all of his books were written with the sense we once had vibrant neighborhoods, vibrant communities, but now it's all going down. So yeah, I think the declensionist style covers every aspect of the political spectrum. And I'm sometimes subject to it. I sort of, everything I write, I try to don't get into that kind of thing, but sometimes I can't help myself. I hate to tell you guys, but there's no better music than classical music and opera. And if you don't know it, you are just, the world is falling apart. You think that stuff you listen to is music? So I'll stop. And by the way, sports were much better in the old days too.
I have a question to kind of put you a little bit at odds with the first Alan's talk, where he said he objected to the title of the symposium, which you clearly embrace, that libertarianism is not compatible with liberalism. I guess my question is the famous, we have the definition of heresy is a truth that is run amok. Is that the is Alan Ryan right that libertarianism is a truth of liberalism run amok? Mm-hmm. And if so, does it lead though, because of these essentially almost psychological traits that you're discussing, produce this thing that is now incompatible? What is that? What's the answer to the question on our programs?
Thank you. I would like, do you want to comment first? I was just going to say that I'd like us both to be correct because you are I think, indisputably the master of contemporary political philosophy. And I'm more interested in like the psychological sort of aspects of it. And so I think it can be quite right that at the level of ideas, Alan Ryan is right. I was looking more at motivations, at underlying things that I think aren't necessarily reflected in the ideas per se of libertarian, but in the method. And for me, the method is profoundly at odds with a liberal method of doubt, empiricism, investigation, and so on. Alan, are you going to?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to resolutely keep quiet. But having been sort of dragged in, I'd better say something. My thought is that, in principle at least, it's surely the case that if you take the libertarian notion of self-ownership, you know, me and my stuff is mine, then it leaves what one proposes to do with it off the table. This is my bicycle. What that means is nobody else can use it except with my permission. But what I use it for, I might use it to go and deliver Meals on Wheels. I might, on the other hand, use it to, I don't know, go and visit somebody else's wife when I shouldn't. All kinds of stuff I might use it for. But the crucial thing they insist on is that it's my bike because it's my bike. And I thought myself that you were jamming together two bits of the story, one of which is the kind of Ayn Randian version, which makes egoism a positive virtue and regards anything else as being sort of feeble and generally disgusting, with, as it were, the Nozickian sort of philosophically purer version, which says that what's crucial is the notion that each person is a separate enterprise. Each person, therefore, has proprietary rights over themselves, their ideas, and the things they need to run that particular personal enterprise. And although it may just be wishful thinking to think that people who aren't dragooned too much into cooperating will more readily voluntarily cooperate, it's not actually a story about sort of pure rock-ribbed egoism. And I think by the same token, I think the Hayekian bit, it's not so much, as it were, that clever people understand how everything works and Tom, Dick, and Harry don't. I think it's much more that in the Hayekian version, none of us, I mean, the whole point of a catalexy is precisely that none of us understand how all the various bits fit together. And what Hayek is wanting to say, much of the time, some of the time, is simply that you're better off being at the mercy of an abstract system, which you don't see fully into, than you are being at the mercy of, so to speak, you know, the third assistant commissar for the distribution of breakfast, where you have to be nice to somebody, subservient to somebody in order to get the things you need to survive. So I think had I been sort of parked there to sit there and criticize what you were saying, I think I'd have nagged at you down that track and accused you of, say, putting too many people together. But as to the behavior of people like the Koch brothers, I mean, to be against the state, but to propose to spend, what is it, 817 million? Some such number, in order to secure as much of the state as possible for your Republican friends. I mean, that's a very, very funny way of carrying on. And to sort of, I mean, we shall take over the state in order to destroy it. It sounds rather like sort of My Lai or something. I mean, it's just horrible. And so that, I absolutely side with you all the way down on that. But I think purely doctrinally, I think I'd have soft-pedaled it a bit.
Well, I would only respond.
It's what he wanted to say.
No, I need to just respond to one thing, I think, and that is with respect to Hayek. I mean, there I would say that the liberal tradition grows out of the Kantian imperative of superiority, that dare to know, dare to understand, a very Enlightenment-inspired idea. But Hayek's point at the market and is so complex that we can't ever understand it. Again, I would say the libertarian is more toward that, and the liberal is more toward understanding and the need for it. But that's all. I would still separate them.